Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of a motion standing in the name of Ms. Crowder on First Nations, Métis, and Inuit.
Ms. Crowder, seconded by Monsieur Genet Jourdain, moves that this House call on the government to A. Abandon its confrontational approach to First Nations, Métis, and Inuit in favor of a nation-to-nation dialogue. B. Make treaty implementation as well as the settlement and implementation of land claims a priority, including in Labrador. And C. Begin negotiations in good faith with Nunavut Community Council on their comprehensive land claim that has been without a response since 1991. Debate. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise on behalf of New Democrats on this important motion before the House. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to let you know that I will be sharing my time with the member from Manicouagan. Now, the reasons that New Democrats have put forward this motion today is, of course, what we've been seeing over the last many years, actually for decades, but particularly under the current government, is that First Nations, Métis and Inuit continue to have their rights overridden by this government in any number of ways. And we've seen unilateral impositions of legislation, most evidenced recently by the fact that debate was once again shut down on Bill S2, matrimonial real property rights. For the 31st time, this government has invoked time allocation. Now, one of the reasons we're bringing forward, of course, is the context that we're operating in, but I want to put it in the context of some international documents. Under the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, Article 10 says Indigenous people shall not be forcibly removed from their lands or territories. No relocation shall take place without the free, prior and informed consent of the Indigenous peoples concerned, and after agreement on just and fair compensation and, where possible, with the option of return. And that seems a very appropriate section of the UN Declaration where we're talking about land claims. And I want to, the treaties, comprehensive land claims, self-government agreements are now part of the Canadian landscape. And unfortunately, from coast to coast to coast, we have far too many examples where the government simply has refused to move forward in negotiating in good faith. Now, in case Canadians think that this is something new, that the government should have some responsibility to take part in, I want to refer to the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples, where they refer to the 1763 Proclamation. And the proclamation portrays Aboriginal nations as autonomous political units. They go on to say that Aboriginal nations hold inherent authority over their internal affairs and the power to deal with the Crown by way of treaty and agreement. And it also says that land succession is thus to be effected by mutual agreement or treaty. Now, Mr. Speaker, you would think that a document from 1763 would actually continue to help shape and inform government policy. But sadly, what's actually happened in this country is that nations have been forced to the courts in order to try to get the government to come to the table in good faith. And we have any number of court decisions that continue to reaffirm Indigenous rights and title. I can't go through them all because apparently there's about 180 of them, but there's some very key ones. In the Calder decision in 1973, this was the first time that courts acknowledged that Aboriginal title to the land had existed and that this significant case would pave the way for addressing Aboriginal title in Canada. In Guerin in 1984, this established that Aboriginal title was a sui generis right and the Crown had a fiduciary duty to protect it for Aboriginal peoples. In Vanderpeet, 1996, there was established a set of criteria to determine whether an Aboriginal right was protected as an existing Aboriginal right under the Canadian Constitution. And just recently we had the Daniels decision that said all Aboriginal peoples in Canada, including Métis and non-status Indians, are included in federal jurisdiction under 9124 of the Constitution. We've also had some provincial court decisions that continue to reaffirm rights and title and the duty to consult. We have the decision in December 12, 2007, where the Newfoundland and Labrador Court of Appeal delivered its decision in Newfoundland and Labrador versus the Labrador Métis Nation, and the Labrador Métis Nation is now known as Nunatuhavut. And in this decision, it was a unanimous decision that the court held that the province has a duty to consult the respondents in respect of their asserted Aboriginal rights. And Mr. Speaker, so again, why is this important? Well, what we've got is we've got First Peoples in this country that have been here for millennia. They are the people who lived on this land when the settlers come. And I want to just talk a little bit about who Nunatuhavut is. Nunatuhavut says, from their website, says our Aboriginal ancestors lived in Labrador long before Europeans set foot on North American soil. The land was part of them and they were part of the land. And for Canadians who are listening, these communities line the southern coastal interior waterways of Labrador. They go on to say, we are more than 6,000 Inuit of Labrador. We are proud of who we are and what we've accomplished. Our rights are protected and enshrined in the Constitution of Canada. No one can take them from us. Our traditions resonate with the ways of our elders. Our respect for the environment, the sharing of our harvest, our knowledge of traditional medicines and practices, and our care for each other can be traced directly to our Aboriginal heritage. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's very important that what we have here is from coast to coast to coast, government refusal to establish the honour of the Crown, to respect the honour of the Crown, respect its fiduciary responsibilities, respect Section 35 of the Constitution, which protects Aboriginal rights and title. And so this series of courts' decisions continue to reinforce that duty for Canada to come to the table and negotiate in good faith. Well, here's the reality. From coast to coast to coast, Aboriginal peoples are being forced to take action to enforce their rights and titles as the government refuses to negotiate or honour its duty to consult and accommodate. On the East Coast, we have seen hunger strikes, blockades, and arrests. The Nunatuhavut have submitted a land claim for consideration back in 1991. And to date, this claim has not been accepted for negotiation. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that that's an isolated case, but again, what we see from coast to coast to coast is we've got nations who have been in negotiation with this government for decades, and the government simply refuses to act in good faith. I had one elder who said to me, this is now 70 years ago, he sat at the knee of his grandfather when he was only 9 years old. And here we are 70 years later, and his nation still does not have a treaty or a land claim, a comprehensive land claim. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's shameful that we continue to have this conversation when we have such deep roots in our Constitution, in court decisions, in the Royal Proclamation that says that rights and title were reaffirmed and that the government does have a responsibility to protect and to negotiate. So not only do we have the Nunatuhavut who have submitted their land claim in 1991, we also now have heard that just yesterday that the Innu will be shutting down Muskrat Falls because of the fact that racism continues in this country and their rights and title are not being recognized. Meanwhile, development continues, and the Nunatuhavut are watching this development happen and have not been consulted and accommodated. And again, as I mentioned earlier, these are people with a very, very long history in Labrador, in what is now known as Labrador. Now, Mr. Speaker, so on the East Coast we have this situation where since 1991 the government has refused to go ahead and negotiate the claim that was submitted in good faith by the Nunatuhavut. But we also have, on the West Coast, we have the HoC Treaty Group being forced to take its case to the Human Rights Commission of the Organization of American States. Now, So we have domestic court decisions that continue to reaffirm rights and title, but now we also have to go internationally because we can't get this government to the table. So the HoC Treaty Group has a case before the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights concerning the 1884 expropriation of over 237 hectares of resource-rich land from the traditional territories of the Hul'qumi'num peoples on Vancouver Island. The HoC Treaty Group alleges that Canada has violated international human rights norms by refusing to negotiate for any form of redress for the expropriated lands, which are now mostly in the hands of large forestry companies, and by failing to protect HoC interests while the dispute remains unresolved. They go on to say, in agreeing to hear the complaint, the Inter-American Commission ruled that the available mechanisms to resolve this dispute in Canada, whether through the negotiation or the BC treaty process, are too onerous and too constrained in their protection of human rights to live up to the standards of international justice. Grand Chief Matthew Kuncombe from the Grand Council of the Crees says fair and timely resolution of land and resource disputes is essential for reconciliation of Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples in Canada and for closing the unacceptable gap in the standard of living for so many Indigenous communities. So, Mr. Speaker, you can see that Indigenous peoples in Canada are being failed consistently by this government, despite the fact that we have numerous court decisions that reaffirm the right to their lands, reaffirm the right to the sharing of the resources that are being developed on this lands. And so I encourage all members to support this very important motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaire. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to speak very quickly. Nunavut is now 20 years old. The land claims agreement in Nunavut was signed by Prime Minister Mulroney. We'll be celebrating our 20-year anniversary this year. The challenge that we had for 13 years under the Liberal government is a lack of implementation from that government of the day, but now we're proceeding, so quite proud of the record of our government in proceeding and creating the Nunavut Territory, implementing our land claims agreements. I just want to ask the member a question around the rights of First Nations, Aboriginal people, and Inuit. It goes beyond land claims agreements, and Aboriginal women in this country continue to fight for equal rights that member takes for granted. So yesterday, Minister Status of Women was responding to a question on matrimonial rights of Aboriginal people so that they are equal to any other Canadian women. I want to know why the NDP and the Liberal Party do not recognize the fact that Aboriginal women do not have the same rights when it comes to matrimonial rights, and why that member continues to oppose it. What are they afraid of? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo-Cowichan.
Well, I thank the Minister of Health for that question, but I would like to point out to her that fine, the land claims agreement was signed in Nunavut, but now NTI has been forced, and the government of Nunavut has been forced into the courts around the implementation because this government and previous government have dragged its feet on on land claims and self-government implementation. So if they want to talk about working in good faith, perhaps they'd like to withdraw their opposition to that court decision and actually begin negotiating appropriate implementation in Nunavut. Right. Now, with regards to matrimonial real property, perhaps the minister didn't hear my part of the speech about rights. We've had several court decisions in this country that have reaffirmed the duty to consult. Now, the previous minister, Prentice, hired a ministerial representative, Wendy Grant-John, a well-respected Indigenous woman in Canada, who came out with a very detailed report which set out guidelines for consultation. This government went on to ignore it. And so now we have a piece of legislation that does not reflect what Indigenous women have said from coast to coast to coast. So I would suggest to the minister perhaps she could use her influence and prevail upon Cabinet to withdraw this piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins-James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the history of the treaties, the idea of the honour of the Crown was central to the treaties in terms of what was made, in terms of oral commitments, and then what was written down. And obviously what was written down didn't reflect in any way the oral commitments that were made to communities, and it was, in fact, an attempt to take land. We see this notion of the honour of the Crown being abused again and again and again, and recently with the court case in Attawapiskat on the third-party manager, where the government came in and said that their whole defence rested on the fact that it was the honour of the Crown. And the judge asked them, in a case where they had no right to intervene, where they imposed a third-party manager, the notion of the honor of the Crown was laughable, given the systemic abuse and the breaking of trust with First Nations. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague about the importance of restoring honor in the Crown in terms of when you negotiate, that when you make commitments, that you don't walk away on them, so the communities actually have a chance to start building a future in the 21st century.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
I want to thank the member from Timmins James Bay for that question and for the excellent work he has done over the years on any number of Indigenous issues, including housing and education. The relationship between the Crown and Indigenous peoples in Canada is fundamentally broken. And it is because the Crown does not respect the rights and titles of Indigenous peoples in this country, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. And again, we have case after case after case. The most recent is the Daniels decision, which reaffirms that under Section 9124 of the Constitution, that the government, the Crown, must be at the table and respect the rights of, in that case, Métis and non-status, because status Inuit are already recognized in the Constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, if we want to see progress in this country, if we want to see the reduction in poverty, if we want to see the economic development, if we want to see certainty, what we need to do is reinfuse that relationship between the Crown and Indigenous peoples in this country with that honour of the Crown, with that notion of the duty to consult and accommodate, with the notion that the government, the Crown, has a fiduciary responsibility. So, Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity for us to change the channel.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, taking into account the subject matter and my familiarity with the motion before the House, it is my duty to expound upon the explicit and implicit elements within it. I will give an overview of the current reality in relation to the motion at hand, particularly the conflictual approach which characterizes the current relationship between the Canadian state and the Aboriginal citizens in this country. So I will now refer to the wording of the motion, that this House call on the government to abandon its confrontational approach to First Nations, Métis, and Inuit in favor of a nation-to-nation dialogue. So I'm just going to talk about this confrontational approach. And Mr. Speaker, when I was strongly inspired by the Idle No More approach, and I traveled across Canada and in the United States to visit a number of Aboriginal communities in order to give training on the amendments to the Indian Act and on C-38 and C-45. And when I introduced this course, I always said that the interventions of many stakeholders and many ministers foretell that the affirmation of the identity of Aboriginals is perceived as a curb to economic expansion in Canada, and a number of other people believe this too. And it arises from a number of speeches given in this House, and a number of ministers have been quoted on this topic. Now, it is true, Mr. Speaker, that there is a certain correlation between the affirmation of identity and the claims made by First Nations and the stock market decline of a number of entities. Now, we may say that the relation is simple, but it's much more complex than that, because if there is a dramatic drop in the stock market, it is because there are problems with the corporate social responsibility, and that is why the identity affirmation of the First Nations is skewed, because this is not the problem. This is not what curbs economic expansion in Canada. It is more about the problems intrinsic to the Canadian economy. Now, the previous governments have tried over the years to put Indians in a box, if you would allow, Mr. Speaker. They are trying to confine their identity affirmation in order to provide this assurance or this peace of mind to economic entities. And we've seen this much more strongly with this government, which advocates a corporate agenda, which advocates extraction of natural resources as an economic engine and as the basis for economic development in this country. Now, technically, I should be talking about the Quebec situation, because that is also a confrontational situation, but that is another story, and I will address that situation when at the appropriate time. So this fact paves the way for the realization of the selective and preferential dimension of the relationships between Aboriginal communities and the Canadian government in 2013. In the case at hand, it would appear that the comprehensive land claim in question has not received any response since 1991. Now, so this is far from an isolated case. I will give you a few examples in a few moments. This lack of dialogue between the stakeholders is, unfortunately, simply the reflection of a reality that applies to a number of contentious Aboriginal files in this country. Now, I was talking about previous governments, but when I refer to this government specifically, they are indulging in cherry picking, which means that the Conservatives will choose their stakeholders, and in many aspects, this is very problematic, and that's why I'm raising it today. There are certain community management organizations, band councils, which are really kangaroo courts. They have been selected by the government to stack these councils in certain strategic areas to foster the government policies. So this is not generalized, but it does exist, and that's why I wanted to mention it today. So the government is trying to interfere in tribal politics, and they choose, therefore, their partners and their stakeholders, and that is why there are some communities who have spoken out loudly and who have social and economic benefits that are so solid that the transfer seems to be marginal, and therefore those people are independent. And curiously enough, the current government has simply chosen to ignore these people, and that's existed since 1991. So there are communities that are simply ignored because they are solid, and they have put forward assertive measures that do not meet with this government's satisfaction, which first and foremost wants good, obedient, docile little Indians who can be easily manipulated. It's kind of like a puppet master who wants to pull all the strings. And I am talking about this because I have seen over the past years that, oddly enough, I often ended up on the sidewalk in large meetings with certain communities in particular. Here's an example, and I'm going to continue to emphasize this. There was supposed to be a historic meeting that was held in January 2012, and a number of communities were invited, but not all the communities were. The government boasted about being inclusive and establishing a new relationship with Aboriginal peoples, but I was escorted by security officers, and I practically got a kick in the butt, if you'll allow the expression, Mr. Speaker. But I realized that when I was on the sidewalk, I was in very good company. There were representatives from many nations who also ended up on the sidewalk because they were judged to be undesirables.
A new relationship. Mais je vous soumets, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I submit that this is extremely regrettable, and this type of situation must be denounced in 2013. And indulging in cherry picking and stacking community management organizations is a very bad thing to do, and that is why the Conservatives in 2013 are meeting with considerable opposition from Aboriginals, and it also because their economic action plan has a lot of difficulty, and our international reputation is declining, just like the stock market listing of certain companies that do not meet their corporate social responsibilities. I submit this all to you respectfully, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentary. The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member from Manicouagan for that very good speech and for his very committed work. I know he has been doing great work in terms of raising awareness around a number of pieces of legislation, including the Omnibus Bill, Bill C-45, and Bill C-27, the Financial Transparency and Accountability Act that the Conservatives have pushed through. Now, when it comes to Nunavut and other nations across this country, one of the things that we observe is that as the land claims, the comprehensive land claims or treaties or self-government agreements are stalled in negotiations or not even accepted for negotiation, what's happening is that development is happening on the traditional territories, whether it's forestry, whether it's mining. And what's happening, of course, is the peoples who have inhabited those lands for millennia are not benefiting from that development, or have no say when it comes to the environmental impact. We see the Fort Chipewyan First Nations in Alberta being very concerned about the environmental impact on their communities. On the West Coast, we've got forestry. So from coast to coast, in Ontario, the Ring of Fire. So I wonder if the member could comment specifically on why it's important to move forward on negotiating these comprehensive land claims and treaties and self-government agreements so that the people who live in those territories have a say about the kind of development that's happening.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. I would like to thank my colleague for her question. Now, Mr. Speaker, according to my viewpoint, this is the problem. The consent of the First Nations is it's perceived as a seal of approval. That is, well, we have the Indians behind us so we can go forward. Well, that's a problem because too often when there are initiatives of resource extraction that are put forward, it's already a done deal, if you will. That is, all the stakeholders have already agreed, and they already have a package deal that's ready, and then they finally meet with the Indians with everything already in place. And that is a very bad way of doing things because it is a relationship that is utilitarian and does not benefit all of the public. And that is why there is no redistribution of wealth. And also the concept of pooling these resources is not really put forward, and there is no training that is given to the communities who should be benefiting from these resource extraction approaches and do not necessarily, because they do not have all the resources and expertise necessary to generate some of this independent income. Now, the Canadian government, with the trustee relationship it has, is obliged to ensure that these Aboriginal communities can maximize the benefits from their initiatives, but the goodwill is simply not there. And there are experts from outside who earn a fortune in keeping the First Nations at this level of culture and knowledge. Not all of them. I'm talking about remote communities where, for example, where I live at the 52nd parallel, there are people who get rich by keeping the First Nations communities at a low member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got such great respect for my honourable colleague, and I'd like to ask him about the issue of treaty implementation in terms of Bill C-45 and what's been raised from the grassroots and their anger in the response to this government's decision to slash environmental protections on the rivers and the lakes across First Nation territory, to treat First Nations lands as though it's some kind of colonial land that they can take and they can do what they want without the consultation of the people involved, damaging the rights of future generations. I'd like to ask him about the response that we're seeing across First Nation communities to stand up and defend the right to be consulted and to be heard, because it still remains under treaty or not under treaty lands that they have rights to.
Honourable member from Manicouagan. Now, Mr. Speaker, the very scope of the concept of this consultation, well, this has been the object of dithering, of confrontation. You know that this has been discussed a great deal. We see it every day in my practice. But what I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, is that consultation, because it has to be for the sake of consultation, implies that stakeholders must be taken into account. And it also means that the consent of the First Nations must be obtained. Obviously, I always... it's not just 9 individuals from a band council who have to be taken into account. Sometimes a few leaders are met with, and so the government thinks that if it consults with them that they've consulted with the entire community, but that's not the case. In my community, there are 3,000 members and not just 9 leaders. So if people really want to see an improvement in this situation, then they have to work with the grassroots and consult the people on the ground. I must interrupt the honourable member at this time because his time has expired. Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For the opportunity to address the motion brought forward by the Honourable Member for Nanaimo-Cowichan. Dans un premier temps,
First, Mr. Speaker, I would like to reiterate our government's commitment to working with all of our partners, and I believe firmly that the best way of achieving our common goals of healthy, prosperous, and independent Aboriginal communities is to work together and hand in hand. That is why, since I was appointed Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development, I have made it a priority to meet with as many young leaders and members of Aboriginal communities as possible. I have met with Aboriginal leaders, I have organized roundtables with young Aboriginals, and I have participated in events across the country, and of course I will continue to do so.
one common refrain I have heard across the country while visiting Aboriginal communities, leaders, stakeholders, and the youth, is that Aboriginal people want greater access to education and economic opportunities. And these calls are being answered by this government's initiatives. For example, over the last several years, our government has taken concrete examples to address specific issues such as education, economic development, and access to safe drinking water. In recent years, we have negotiated and implemented, Mr. Speaker, initiatives in collaboration with First Nations, provinces, and Aboriginal organizations. And these initiatives have led to progress in a number of areas to address the barriers to social and economic participation, which unfortunately are currently faced by so many First Nation people. In the last week alone, we have signed an historic Memorandum of Understanding on First Nation education with the province of Ontario and the Anishinaabe First Nations, focused on building capacity and attaining achievement levels comparable to the general student population in Ontario. We have also signed in British Columbia the first Yale First Nation final agreement, bringing us one step closer towards achieving a treaty for Yale First Nation that will provide certainty, certainty about, yes, ownership of lands, but also create other and new economic opportunities for that community. And we have committed, and this is important, Mr. Speaker, I was in BC last week where I met the Aboriginal leadership, First Nation leadership, and I have committed on behalf of the Government of Canada, of course, to working with First Nations, First Nation partners on the renewal of the comprehensive claims policy in order to expedite the resolution of claims in a manner that is fair and enables economic development for First Nations. Now, our strategy has been to focus on finding real solutions to specific obstacles, working together with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. And this steady, step-by-step approach to reform is practical, realistic, and effective. And it is part of a larger strategy that includes targeted investments and partnerships, enhancements to program and legislative initiatives. And this strategy also includes immediate and collaborative action on treaty implementation and governance. Now, the fact is, that it's easy to get tired of lofty rhetoric and cumbersome processes. I mean, we want results that make a real difference. While progress is being made, when you look over the situation everywhere in the country, we know and we acknowledge that there is much more work to be done, and that it requires commitment and cooperation on all sides. Now, par exemple, quand j'ai rencontré les
For example, when I met with the First Nations leaders last week in order to discuss improvements to the comprehensive land claims policy of Canada, we discussed our common concerns around the pace of these claims.
That comprehensive claims policy has not been updated since 1993, and our government's commitment to renew the policy will be done to better reflect the current landscape, because things have changed in 20 years. Nous devons tenir compte.
We must take into account the recent legal realities and the practical experience of First Nations and of the Government of Canada with regard to reaching agreements and the aspect of treaty rights. So thanks to the support of the Assembly of First Nations, I pledged to cooperate with our First Nation partners concerning the renewal of the comprehensive land claims policy so as to expedite the settlement of these claims fairly and in order to ensure the economic development of the First Nations. We all agreed that the Oversight Committee created earlier this year by the Prime Minister will monitor the progress of this pace and the renewal of the policy.
Policies for negotiations must focus on quick resolution and self-sufficiency, as the Prime Minister committed to achieving during the meeting of the Crown and First Nations.
Continue working with Aboriginal partners across the country to achieve results at negotiation tables for the benefit of First Nations and all Canadians. We believe that the best way to achieve progress on outstanding issue is through joint work and dialogue. Successful negotiations lead to solutions that balance the rights of all concerned, promote greater self-sufficiency, certainty, accountability, and transparency, and lead to economic opportunities for Aboriginal communities, thus achieving this great objective of reconciliation. But partnership is the key word here, Mr. Speaker. The successful implementation of land claim agreements and self-government agreements is a shared responsibility with all parties to the treaty. Our government remains committed to working with our treaty partners to strengthen implementation processes and promote the objectives of modern treaties. In fact, Mr. Speaker, our government has listened and has developed tools and structures to support a consistent federal approach to implementing modern treaties. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, right this morning, I was with the senior officials of my department reviewing and looking at these efforts that are being made to ensure a consistent federal approach to implementing modern treaties. And these efforts, I wish to note, Mr. Speaker, have been recognized. I mean, the Office of the Auditor General in June 2011 noted Canada's progress in monitoring and reporting treaty obligations, federal coordination of treaty responsibilities, and whole of government awareness of treaty obligations. Now, at last year's historic Crown First Nations gathering, we reiterated our commitment to renewing and deepening the relationship with our First Nation partners through ongoing dialogue and to making real, measurable progress to achieve our shared goal of healthier, more self-sufficient First Nations communities. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, it's true that Canada and many First Nations have diverging opinions on historic treaties, their content, and their implementation, and that those diverging opinions will not be resolved overnight, but we commit to resolving them with our partners in a way that will be beneficial for all. In September 2012, the government announced plans to cooperate with our partners on a new partnership to negotiations for treaties and government autonomy where there are no treaties. The current process is such that negotiations, Mr. Speaker, can last years and years with no guarantees that there will be an agreement. This hinders economic development. I believe, and I think that the provinces and Aboriginal groups in the private sector agree that all want a more effective process to resolving these treaties and to achieving a self-government. So thanks to this new process, we will be focusing our energy and resources on the negotiating tables that are the most likely to succeed. This method will be results-based and not based on the process itself. Mr. Speaker, we will be collaborating with Aboriginal groups and the provinces and territories on the implementation of this new approach without failing to be prepared to negotiate in goodwill with partners to achieve agreements that take into account the specific interests, as I said earlier, interests of the First Nations, but also all Canadians. because those agreements will have important spin-offs. And I'd like to give you some examples. In northern Quebec, for example, the Bay James Convention agreement, and the Northeast Agreement led to the creation of corporations held by the Inuit, the Naskapi, among others, and joint ventures with other groups in airlines, for example, communications and logistics, mines, and shipping, tourism, artisanat, and bioscience. In the Northwest Territories, the Clicho people set up businesses with a view to getting involved in economic activities in their regions, as well as negotiating benefits for their community residents. Elsewhere in the country, in BC, for example, the West Bank First Nation has obtained commercial value for lands, and they have also created essential programs.
The benefits of settling comprehensive claims are immense, and we need more such agreements, Mr. Speaker, and the time for action is now, as I have said this week in this House. Negotiated agreements help to strengthen Aboriginal communities, creating new business, investment and job opportunities, and we are working with our partners to achieve more treaties in less time so that these communities can begin to unlock economic opportunities and see results. Increasing Aboriginal participation in the economy is, without doubt, the most effective way to improve the socio-economic conditions of Aboriginal people in Canada. It is also vital to Canada's future economic prosperity, and resolving treaties quickly is one more way we'll make this come to pass. Mr. Speaker, it is also our government, and I want to be clear on this on the record, because it is our government that introduced legislation to streamline and improve the process for resolving specific claims. So to the prophet of doom and gloom on the other side, who see nothing but, the darkness of their aspirations, it seems to me, in regards to these issues, I refer to that process for resolving specific claims. In the past, and all interested Canadians were witness to this, claims dragged on for many, many years, but the reform which this government has brought forward has really changed the situation and brought about real progress. I'm proud, Mr. Speaker, on how our government has tackled this very important issue, and we have come a long way from the state we were in, where we first came to government after 13 years of rule under the Liberal Party. I mean, we have since cleared up a backlog of 541 claims at the assessment stage, doubling the number of claims and negotiations across the country, and we have settled over 93 specific claims since coming to government. As a matter of fact, in my own riding of Madawaska-Restigouche, Mr. Speaker, we have settled a specific claim of the Maliseet First Nation of Madawaska, which has brought about a real change in that community, of course, because of the leadership of the Chief and Council, but also the active participation of the members of that community. Claim settlement lead to new opportunities for community and economic development that bring long-term benefits to to First Nation members, but to Canada as a whole, Mr. Speaker. These investments, in turn, can generate spin-off economic benefits and the potential for new business partnerships with neighboring communities, and that is a plus for all of Canada. Mr. Speaker, progress on specific claims is just one more way our government demonstrates its commitment to making progress in accelerating claim resolution and treaty implementation. It is, and I've said it and I repeat, through willing partnership that negotiations will run more smoothly, leading to more negotiated treaties and self-government agreements. And we are taking action and seeing results. De plus, le gouvernement et les dirigeants des
In addition, the government and First Nation leaders have, over the course of recent meetings, during the meeting of January 11th last year, their willingness to continue the dialogue on accelerating comprehensive agreements and on treaty rights. The government heard the calls from across the country encouraging us to take the necessary steps to move treaties forward, modern and historical treaties, and that is what we are doing, Mr. Speaker. And I will wrap up my remarks by saying this, Mr. Speaker. It's clear that the government's agenda and action is contrary to what the opposition motion claims. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, we will be vigilant and we will be strongly opposing it.
Honourable member.
Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened very intently to the minister's presentation, and there was a couple of key words that I pulled out of his presentation. One was certainty, one was joint work and dialogue, and he repeated a number of times partnership. So I have two questions for the minister. First, given that context, will he now review the Nunavut comprehensive land claim, which was submitted in 1991, and begin negotiation in good faith? And two, the government currently spends over $300 million a year fighting Aboriginal cases in court. Will he instruct his department to drop that adversarial approach and negotiate in good faith? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member, surely with her experience and her knowledge about comprehensive claim, will know, or should know, that there is a legal test to be met in order for claims to be negotiated. We know that the Nunavut Community Council's comprehensive claim has been presented in 91-92. At first stage, the ruling and the advice of the Department of Justice, which, by the way, they ask that we follow all the time, has revealed that they had not met the legal test necessary for these claims to be negotiated. The government agreed to give the opportunity to the group in question to bring further evidence. We have cooperated with them to provide us with other information, other historical evidence, and this is according to a process agreed to between the parties that is taking place as we speak. That evidence is being reviewed, and when we are ready to make a decision on the advice of justice, we will.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On several occasions, the minister made reference to the social economic conditions of many of our First Nation communities, Métis communities, and so forth. And there is absolutely no doubt that this is an absolutely critical issue in terms of trying to be able to deliver justice. We've got to improve that whole condition. The question I have for the member is, you listen to the government and what the government is saying. One has to beg the question, if the government was doing such a good job, why did we see this Idle No More movement surface from across this country, where we have individuals that are so concerned about the social economic conditions that they're pleading with the government to do something, to be able to address the issue. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, maybe I could put a very simple question to the member, and that is for him to reflect on why it is, from his opinion, his personal opinion, the government, one of the first things they did when they took office is they cancelled the Kelowna Accord. That accord delivered billions of dollars. It had all sorts of agreements of First Nations from coast to coast to coast that came to an agreement on something that they felt was fundamental in dealing with that social economic condition, something that the minister talks so much about that he wanted to address. So why did they kill that particular accord?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. I had the privilege of sitting in this House about 20 years ago, and I see that the Liberals have not changed. They have not. I mean, Mr. Speaker, the state, okay, the current state of First Nations in Canada, if we want to attribute blame, I mean, you know, the Liberals who had that claim to office for life and forever, I mean, they've been there in office a long time. And it's funny that, you know, during all of those years that they were in office, it has always been about throwing money at the problem, and look at the results we have today. So the very socio-economic conditions he deplores today is not as a result of not having thrown money at the problem. It's not having addressed the real issues, the barriers. And that's what we are doing in an incremental and positive way, and that we will continue to do. Not throw money at the problem, but solve the problem.
There's enough time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development for his thoughtful speech on an important topic. You know, the opposition, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal and NDP opposition, have been opposing the rights of Aboriginal women and children. They voted just this week against First Nations matrimonial real property legislation that would protect the rights of Aboriginal women, in particular in positions of family violence. Would the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development please comment on that situation?
There are only about 30 seconds left for the Honourable Minister.
Excellent question. I mean, you know, I was a witness with all members of the House, Mr. Speaker, to the NDP and the Liberals trying to sidestep the issue, to duck the issue, to evade the issue of the fundamental rights which Aboriginal families, women, men, and children living on reserve don't have. And they still oppose giving those rights to First Nation families. And I hope that because of the good majority that Canadians give us in 2011, we can reestablish equity and justice in this country for those people.
There will be 4 minutes left for questions and comments on the Minister's speech after the routine proceedings. And now we'll move on to statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, in the face of the tyranny of terrorism, Boston goes into lockdown as we speak. We offer the people of Boston our prayers and goodwill. I invite members to join with the U.S. Ambassador, Running Room Manager Phil Marsh, and me on Monday at 1 p.m. to march together to the U.S. Embassy to show that we stand with Bostonians and Americans at this difficult time. As Canadians, we stand for democracy wherever we find it. Last week, I had occasion to visit Taiwan with a delegation of fellow members. A little engine of democracy, Taiwan has seen 6 straight free presidential elections since lifting martial law in 1987. Moreover, its vibrant, colorful, and democratic legislature has just rejuvenated its Taiwan-Canada Friendship Group. Fully 43 of its 113 legislators have already joined the group to engage Canadian parliamentarians in a joint promotion of democratic values and the expansion of the healthy relations that exist between the peoples of Taiwan and Canada. Together, we salute those who promote freedom and democracy, whether in Boston, Taiwan, or elsewhere.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. This year, close to 100 organizations in Rosemont Petite Patrie put in an application under the Canada Summer Jobs Program, managed by Service Canada. The students hired through the program work as day camp counselors, recreational workers in seniors' homes, and so on. These are worthwhile experiences that will help them integrate the labor market at a later time. We should remember that the youth unemployment rate is close to 14% in Quebec. The Summer Jobs program also helps organizations, allowing them to better serve the community at little or no cost. Unfortunately, the budget for the program is insufficient and has been improved since 2009. 1/5 of the needs in Rosemont Petite Patrie will be met this year. We condemn the underfunding of the Canada Summer Jobs program. It's unacceptable. The funding available for community organization is being cut on all sides. These organizations make a priceless contribution to our society, and they're running out of steam. Once again, we're talking about the most vulnerable people who will be affected by the Conservative cuts.
Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, the Korean community are a vital part of the cultural fabric of my constituency of Don Valley East. For this reason, it's a great pleasure to be able to announce earlier this year that the Canadian Arts Training Fund is providing $60,000 of funding over 2 years for the Korean Dance Society. Throughout the years, the training program of the Korean Dance Studies Society of Canada has allowed many young talents to fulfill their dreams of having a professional career in dance. The Canadian Arts Training Fund provides financial assistance to artistic institutions deemed to be at the highest level of excellence. As the Minister of Canadian Heritage and Official Languages stated, this is evidence that this government is serious about supporting organizations that enrich our community's cultural life as well as strengthen its economy. I am proud to have received the thanks of the Artistic Director, Mi Young Kim, for this government support of this organisation and others that unite all Canadian cultures through the art and practice of dance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Saint-Marie Champlain. Mr. Speaker, last Sunday, in a very interesting singing competition, a great voice belonging to Valérie Carpentier of Sainte-Anne-de-la-Pérade was singled out. In fact, this young artist won the Voice television competition. This young singer not only has an exceptional voice, but unparalleled sensitivity and maturity. I'm pleased to pay tribute to the talent of an artist such as Valérie Carpentier, who embodies the vitality and richness of Quebec culture. I join the people of Sainte-Anne-de-la-Pérade, a municipality in my riding, to congratulate her for her success, which is shared by her entire community. Through this victory by Valérie Carpentier, I salute our singers, songwriters, and composers. Bravo.
The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From May 14th to the 23rd, former NHL All-Star Theo Fleury will be walking from Toronto to Parliament Hill here in Ottawa as part of the Victor Walk. The goal of the Victor Walk is to ask for greater victim support for children who have been sexually abused and to offer tougher penalties for those offenders. This is a very difficult topic to talk about, so we must commend the courage of former victims like Theo Fleury who have become advocates to prevent sexual abuse of children. Our government and our Minister of Justice have worked with advocates like Theo Fleury and Sheldon Kennedy in the past, and we have made necessary changes to the criminal code to better protect our Canadian children. I ask members of this House to support Victor Walks in their community and to listen to Mr. Fleury and his thousands of supporters when he arrives at noon on May 23rd. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Let's assume that if you live in Toronto, you've got it made, that you're on Easy Street. Indeed, we've made a national pastime out of trash talk in Toronto, but a recent report by the United Way shows that almost half of all workers in Toronto don't have stable, full-time jobs. Many live in Davenport. They're cab drivers and bartenders, office cleaners, web designers, carpenters, consultants, musicians, professors. There are also workers who thought they'd been hired full-time, only to find that the company has classified them as self-employed or part-time. These urban workers have no benefits, no pension, no job security, and are of no interest to this government. The reality of work is rapidly changing, but the Conservatives ignore half the workers in the biggest city in the country. Now, we need measures that will make a difference, a real difference in the lives of urban workers, not more Conservative Toronto MPs sitting on their hands, stuck in the past, while this city and this country races by them toward the future of work in the 21st century.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, once again I thank this House for passing C-300, legislation on suicide prevention. The situation in Escantaga only reinforces the need for a federal framework, the need to overcome the stigma that prevents conversations about suicide. Over the past year, there have been 7 deaths by suicide and 20 attempts in this community of only 421. Our government has sent additional nursing and counselling assistance, but more needs to be done at Escantaga and right across Canada. Suicide prevention programs must be delivered by more than just nurses and counselors. It takes people who are able to recognize the warning signs, people brave enough to engage in conversations, teachers, coaches, paramedics, pastors, and police officers, even members of Parliament. We all must do our part as members of a caring community. Don't be afraid to start the conversation. It will shine light and expose hidden fears that can finally be addressed. A simple conversation can bring hope, the oxygen of the human spirit. Thank you, Mr.
Well done. The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to speak about a key measure in Budget 2013, the Canada Job Grant. In consultation with employers and provinces, our government will be creating a grant of up to $15,000 for unemployed Canadians to connect with available jobs. Canada is facing a skills mismatch. We have Canadians looking for work, while employers are unable to find workers with the skills they need. We are excited to be partnering with job creators to ensure that training for work is connected to a job that employers are looking to fill. This is good news in my riding of Etobicoke Lakeshore and across Canada. Our unwavering focus has been jobs, the economy, and long-term prosperity. The Canada Job Grant is a key measure to ensuring Canadians have the skills they need to fill the jobs that are in demand today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As everyone knows, Mr. Speaker, seaports are of undeniable strategic importance to this country's development. Since 1999, port authorities have some flexibility in managing routine operations while retaining the obligation of representing Canada in this field. These are shared governance corporations without shared capital, for which the Government of Canada has the right directly or through a crown corporation to appoint one or more members of a board of administrators. Recently, we learned that at the Sept-Îles port, an individual appointed to the board in 2006 by the Conservatives reported a salary of $94,000 for tax year 2011, $22,000 more than any other port director in Quebec, and that it's his helicopter transportation company occasionally got contracts from the Port Authority he is responsible for helping to administer. Are we to conclude that candidates to Conservative partisan appointments are exempt from complying with rules of ethics and they can play with the code? The question deserves to be asked.
Member for Mississauga, Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to supporting Canada's veterans. Their dedication and sacrifice to this nation is unmatched. I'm pleased to announce that earlier this week, members of the All-Party Standing Committee for Veterans Affairs reviewed the services provided to veterans by our neighbours to the south. We had the valuable opportunity to review the U.S. Veterans Affairs Medical Centre and meet with a number of experts on shared priorities of services and benefits for veterans. I'd like to highlight to this House Canada's position as a world leader when it comes to providing for our veterans. Through funding for funerals and burials, the Enhanced New Veterans Charter, and cutting red tape for veterans, Canada is leading the way. In fact, many experts we heard from noted that Canada is considered the gold standard when it comes to services we provide for veterans suffering from PTSD. I was very pleased to hear that our closest allies recognize the tremendous work that this government and this Prime Minister continue to do for our veterans. Thank you.
The honourable member for British Columbia, Southern Interior.
Mr. Speaker, last week a National Day of Action was held across Canada that stopped Forest Genetics International from releasing Monsanto's genetically modified Roundup Ready alfalfa. I would like to thank the National Farmers Union, CBAN, and many others for undertaking this important initiative. A special thanks to Colleen Ross of the NFU for organizing the rally in Nelson, BC. Mr. Speaker, alfalfa is a high-protein animal feed and is also used by organic farmers to build nutrients and organic matter in the soil. Alfalfa pellets are also exported to other countries. It is well known among farmers and agronomists that alfalfa is an insect-pollinated perennial plant. GM alfalfa will contaminate non-GM and organic alfalfa. This poses a serious threat to farmers if markets are closed to them because of consumer rejection. Mr. Speaker, Forage Genetics was planning on releasing GM alfalfa in Ontario. Thanks to a strong and unified voice of protest, they have backed off for now. I strongly urge the Minister to support Canadian farmers and prohibit the introduction of GM alfalfa. Farmers' livelihoods depend on it.
The honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians and my constituents and throughout the Maritimes, people were shocked that yesterday Herbert John Hawkins, the brutal murderer of the beloved Cape Breton musician Shelley Boutelier, was granted leave. Now, victims don't think it's right that convicted murderers are released into their safe communities, and our Conservative government agrees. We believe to keep our streets and communities safe, dangerous criminals should be kept behind bars where they belong. Absolutely. And our government has taken several measures to ensure that victims' rights always come first. We will soon bring forward legislation, the Victims' Bill of Rights, which will ensure that victims' rights are always respected first and foremost. Now, Shelley didn't get a second chance when he was brutally murdered, and neither should his murderer. We will ensure that victims have a stronger say in our justice system so that decisions like this will never be made again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, last week I highlighted the 19th anniversary of the Tutsi in Rwanda with the Rwandan diaspora.
Tutsis were murdered in a 3-month genocidal onslaught, itself preceded by an orchestrated dehumanization and demonization of the minority Tutsi population. Mr. Speaker, what makes this Rwandan genocide so unspeakable is that it was preventable. No one can say that we did not know. It was the indifference and inaction of the bystander international community that made this genocide possible. While the United Nations and government leaders in the US and Europe dithered and delayed, Rwandans died. And what makes this genocide so painful today is that it is being forgotten, or worse, being denied. And so may this Rwandan genocide be an occasion not only to remember, but to learn the lessons of the crime whose name, genocide, we should even shudder to mention. Jamais plus, never again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Boniface.
Mr. Speaker, thousands of Aboriginal women in this country are at a disadvantage. When going through a divorce, they can suddenly be banned from their home or watch as their property is sold without their consent and without receiving any of the funds. That's why we introduced legislation to provide matrimonial property rights for First Nation women.
This bill will allow judges to execute emergency protection orders when it comes to domestic violence situations. All other Canadians have such rights, but the NDP and the Liberals are opposed to allowing Aboriginal women to have the same rights.
And the leader of the Liberals should apologize for instructing their caucuses to vote against these rights. Whether it's on reserve or anywhere else in Canada, I'm proud to say that our Conservative government continues to stand up for the protection of women and children everywhere.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, let's reflect on the magnitude of failure coming from the Conservative benches. We have Senator Duffy, who's broken his promise and is stiffing the taxpayer. We have the Democratic Reform Minister, who promised on Tuesday that he would deliver legislation yesterday on robo-fraud, and he gave us a big goose egg. Now we learned that the big fundraising machine of the Conservative Party isn't just broke, they owe $1 million in back taxes. How's this for a fundraising pitch? Hi, Mr. Taxpayer, could you lend me a dime? Mr. Speaker, we're not even getting into the great backbench revolt of 2013 as they stand up to the little runts in the PMO. Or do you remember the iPod stunt where the minister went into the mall to tilt at the windmills? Mr. Speaker, this isn't just about stunts. This isn't about their ideological failures. It's about the fact that they're bad managers. In 2015, Canadians will be able to choose a party that stands up for taxpayers, stands up for their word, the New Democratic Party of Canada.
Hello. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Canadians know our government is squarely focused on what matters to Canadians. That's creating jobs, economic growth, and securing Canada's long-term prosperity. By implementing our Economic Action Plan 2013, Canada has experienced one of the best economic performances among any G7 countries, both during the global recession and throughout the recovery. We're focused on creating jobs. We know and are committed. We know the NDP are committed to impose that $20 billion job-creating, job-killing carbon tax on Canadians, which would increase the gas, food, well, actually, Mr. Speaker, on just about everything, it would increase the cost. We know that this would principally ruin the Canadian economy. Mr. Speaker, Canadians also can count on our government to fight this NDP reckless economic experiment and keep implementing our strong job-creating measures. Thank you.
Oral questions orales. The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, there are 1.4 million Canadians with no jobs. Because of the Conservatives gut the program, fewer people have access to EI benefits today. In addition, they have mismanaged the temporary foreign workers program, which means that employers are replacing Canadian workers with foreign workers who are less well paid. When will the government finally assume its responsibility for this fiasco and protect Canadians' jobs?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to at this time express the support of our government for the American people and the efforts of the American authorities to respond strongly to the difficult challenges they are facing, in particular the violent terrorist threats. Serious threats require decisive and serious responses. With regard to the question of temporary foreign workers, we are, of course, taking action through our Economic Action Plan to ensure that Canadians have first crack at jobs that belong to them, that the program is appropriately reviewed and improved. But the difficulty for the NDP is they always say one thing and do another. They say here they've got problems with the program, yet they continually write to our government asking for temporary foreign workers to be brought to their constituencies.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Well, it's the same old story, Mr. Speaker. Problems were identified years ago with the temporary foreign worker program. Conservatives vowed they'd fix them, and then nothing happens. In 2011, they promised to start listing employers who were banned from the program for failing to follow the rules. Well, how many are listed on the website today? None. How can Canadians possibly trust the Conservatives to fix this program when all they've done so far is make it worse?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we've been taking decisive action to improve circumstances for Canadian workers and, in fact, to create jobs, the most important element of that. We're doing this through a review of the temporary foreign worker program to ensure that Canadians get first crack at jobs, but we're also doing it through providing other opportunities, including in the recent Economic Action Plan, the Canada Job Grant. This is a proposal that will get governments and bureaucrats out of the way and allow employers who want to hire workers and workers who want to work to get access to training funds so that when somebody is trained, they are trained for a job that actually exists. That's how we're going to add to the over 900,000 net new jobs that we've already created for Canadians since the economic downturn.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Canadian workers are being replaced because of Conservative incompetence. This program tripled in size over the last decade. Successive governments have let it grow without oversight. The Auditor General rang the alarm 4 years ago. They knew full well that this program had serious problems, but it took a crisis for the Conservatives to intervene. Why did it take Canadians, so many Canadians, losing their jobs for the Conservatives to actually make this a priority?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
The New Democratic Party does have a track record of saying one thing and then actually doing the other. They've certainly been doing that on this file, where they continually write to our government and demand that we bring temporary foreign workers, in some cases bending the rules to bring temporary foreign workers to their constituencies. We're actually looking to create jobs for Canadians right here in Canada, and we're doing it through measures that they've indicated they oppose. Things like the Canada Job Grant, the Advanced Manufacturing Fund, expanding our hiring credit for small businesses. That one has helped create thousands of jobs across this country. We've had it in 2 budgets. We have it in another one. The NDP is actually going to oppose it again. They say one thing, they do the other.
Honourable member for Chambly-Bordula.
He's wrote not to take away Canadian jobs, and that's what Conservative mismanagement is doing. They should look at themselves in the mirror. Mr. Speaker, speaking of mismanagement, it's still costing Canadians dearly. They've raised tariffs on almost everything, as we know, while trying to distract people by claiming to reduce tariffs on hockey equipment. But hockey helmets, essential safety equipment, are still subject to tariffs. And Budget 2013 will likely raise the price of hockey helmets. So why are Conservatives raising prices and taxing hockey players' safety equipment?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, for greater clarity, hockey helmets will be covered under the tariff relief in the budget. But let's talk about the hypocrisy of the NDP. It is this government who has reduced taxes over 150 times so that we are leaving $3,200 more in an average family's pockets. Every step of the way, the NDP, every single member, voted against those tax reductions. They should be ashamed of themselves for this hypocrisy, and they ought to start supporting measures for Canadian families.
Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Mr. Speaker, we are proud to vote against a budget that does nothing but raise the cost of living for Canadians in their everyday lives. Mr. Speaker, another sport that is being attacked by the Conservatives is fishing, this proud Quebec and Canadian tradition. From fishing rods to fishing line, the price of everything will go up. The millions of Canadians who are looking forward to trout fishing in a month will have to pay more because of the Conservatives. Why do Conservatives want to impose a new fishing tax this big? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is thanks to our government that the tax burden of Canadians is the lowest it has been in 50 years, but instead of supporting our efforts, the NDP wants to grant special exemptions to Chinese companies. On this side of the House, we will continue to reduce taxes for Canadians and to fight to preserve Canadian jobs and Canadian companies. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, Conservative policy on tariff taxes is incoherent and deceitful. They boastfully leaked information pre-budget to divert attention onto sporting equipment and baby clothes, but then they increased tariff taxes on baby carriages, hockey helmets, yes, school supplies, and wigs for cancer patients. Why should cancer patients be punished with a new 15% Conservative tax? Why are middle-class Canadians, not foreigners, Canadians, being hit with tariff tax increases of more than $300 million every year?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, hypocrisy on taxes and the economy is nothing new coming from the Liberal Party. And this is yet another example because, of course, we have brought in over $500 million in tariff reductions, hundreds of items on which we've reduced tariffs, and the Liberal Party has voted against that every single time. Hundreds of lines they've opposed. But guess what? They finally decided to stand up and complain about something. What are they doing? They're coming and saying that the government should be giving special breaks to Chinese companies. That's the one time the Liberal Party finally stands up, when it's about tax breaks for Chinese producers, never when it's for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, tariffs are taxes. These Conservatives are ripping off middle-class families with tariff tax increases of $333 million every year. It is a naked money grab, and it's
Order. The Honourable Member for Wascana still has the floor. Order. The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, it is a naked money grab, and it's incoherent. Hockey pads might cost less, maybe, but the most vital hockey equipment, hockey helmets, will cost more, and so will half of your jockstrap. You can't blame the Chinese or India. They didn't impose the tax, nor will they pay the tax. This is self-inflicted Conservative stupidity, and will they...
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Again, when the Liberals had a chance to vote to reduce the GST for Canadians, they voted against it. They voted against cuts for children's arts programs. They voted against cuts for Canadian children's fitness programs. They voted for cuts to taxes on on Canadians' textbooks. They voted for tax cuts for Canadian volunteer fire workers. They voted against all those tax cuts for Canadians, but now they're at the table demanding there's one place where we should be giving a tax break. And where's that one place? They want to see a tax break happen after opposing all those tax breaks for Canadians. They want a tax break for Chinese companies.
Order.
The Honourable Member for St. Nelson Michel.
Lousy budgets and Canadians are paying the tax, not the Chinese. Mais encore une fois, on voit la manque.
But once again, we can see the lack of effort on the part of this Conservative government. They announced a reduction in tariffs on hockey equipment in order to score points with people who practice our national sport. but in their lack of effort, they managed to score in their own end. In their offensive, they forgot about hockey helmets, and instead, they increased taxes by 70%. Will they rethink their game plan to ensure that our young people are protected when they practice their sport? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps my colleague didn't hear me the first time, but I'll say it in French to be more clear. Hockey helmets will be covered by the tax relief in this budget, but once again, it is our government who provided tax relief to Canadians, for example, the GST reduction. Why are the Liberals fighting to obtain tax relief, special exemptions for Chinese companies? It's nonsense, Mr. Speaker. We, on this side of the House, want to fight for Canadian companies and Canadian families. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les Mr. Speaker, a number of consumer goods prices are going to rise because of this 2013. It's astounding. We're talking about thousands of products, everyday products. This money is coming out of consumers' pockets and going into Conservative coffers to fund ads telling people that everything is just fine. Will the Conservatives end this carnival of indecency and admit something that everyone knows, that a tariff hike is an increase on import taxes, and finally tell Canadians the truth? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, for 7 years it is this government that has tried to reduce taxes on Canadians more and more. This is important because companies need our consumers to have a benefit, but what does that party want to do? They want to give an advantage, a benefit to Chinese companies. It's completely illogical. On this side of the House, we are going to keep fighting for Canadian companies and for Canadian families. Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les When I was talking about the carnival of indecency, Mr. Speaker, it appears it's not going to end anytime soon. The Minister of Finance felt the need to explain himself in an op-ed letter in the Globe and Mail this morning, in which he said that there would be a new tax on iPods. He admitted it, and that it goes against what all economists have said to date. Mr. Speaker, the Reform Party is spinning in its grave, and everything is going to be more expensive because there's a new tax on coffins. Why do Conservatives want to impose a death tax? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Said is absolutely false. iPods have been coming into Canada tariff-free for many, many years, and this government intends to ensure that they continue to come into Canada tariff-free in the years to come. We are not going to do as the NDP is doing. We are not going to support providing special breaks to Chinese companies, Indian companies, Brazilian companies who are booming economies. We're going to help Canadian companies. We're going to help Canadian families. It's the right thing to do.
Honourable Member for Quebec. In addition to imposing new taxes on Canadians, they even go so far as to deny their existence. It's pathetic. Do you want to see just how two-faced the Conservatives are? Just look at the tax on MP3s. The Conservative ministers lined up to accuse the opposition of wanting to impose a tax on iPods. They got all dramatic about it. And what do they do at the first opportunity? What do? They impose a tax on iPods. Do the Conservatives realize the scope of their hypocrisy around this new tax? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we will tell you the facts. For years, the iPods have been coming into Canada with no tariffs, and it is this government that will continue to respect that. But let's talk speaking of two-facedness, it is the NDP who is talking out of both sides of their mouth, because it is our government that reduced the Canadians' taxes a number of times. The tax credits, for example, for physical activity of children, they voted against it. The TSFA, they voted against it.
Member for Davenport.
Yeah.
iPod tax, Mr. Speaker, and that is a fact. Now, in a city with a crisis in affordable housing, the Conservatives are making it harder for the people in Toronto to afford the mortgage or the rent. They've raised the price of paints, varnishes, bathtubs, sinks. Why? You can't even make soup without paying the Conservatives more because, Mr. Speaker, they've even raised the price of wooden spoons. Mr. Speaker, why are these Conservatives making life more expensive for already squeezed urban Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. I have to admit that when I listen to this kind of nonsense, I think Canadians at home are laughing because the truth of the matter is that the NDP is the party who suggested a $21 billion carbon tax. They, in fact, suggested also a $34 billion increase on our corporations, our employers. They also suggested a $10 billion increase to the GST. And let's not forget the 45-day work year, which would be another $4 billion. We will not do as they are doing. We will protect Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, 2 months ago, Mike Duffy, the Prime Minister's hand-picked senator from Canada, promised Canadians that he would pay back the money and end his rent and address housing scheme. But he's broken that promise, and he seems to be taking the attitude of the catch-me-if-you-can attitude of his fellow senators who continually treat the taxpayers as chumps. Now, the Prime Minister personally appointed Mike Duffy, just like he appointed Patrick Brazeau. So what steps is he going to do to get the taxpayers' money back from Mike Duffy?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
I don't know what the honourable member is referring to in terms of Senator Duffy. I don't believe he made those comments. We will wait for the findings of the report, of course, but our government has been clear, and we've committed to ensuring that all expenses are appropriate at the Senate, that the rules governing expenses are appropriate, and that the Senate does follow through on that, and we will await that report. But when it comes to people not keeping their word, I think the reason he knows so much about it is because he is the champion of that. When you look at that member's own record, where he campaigned to abolish the gun registry and then stood in this House and voted to maintain it, that tells you everything you need to know about his commitment to keeping promises.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Please put the pop gun down. Let's get back to the facts, which is that they're defending the entitlements of their buddies in the Senate while we're standing up for the taxpayer. Speaking of which, we now understand that the Conservatives' favoured voter contact firm RMG owes about $1 million in back taxes. Now, this is the firm that handles the Conservative database. They're almost a virtual appendage of the Conservative Party of Canada. Now, we hear the Minister for Revenue talk about going after taxpayer deadbeats. What steps are they going to take to make sure they pay up the money, or are they going to protect them because they know all the secrets of the Conservative Party? Bang, bang.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister has no responsibility whatever in administration of individual tax cases. Non-partisan public servants with the Canada Revenue Agency are responsible both for the administration and enforcement of Canada's tax legislation.
Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, their skin gets pretty thin on the other side of the House when we talk about their fundraisers. We know that RMG is all buddy-buddy with the Conservatives. They're the ones they call on to fundraise for the Conservatives' latest wacky ideas, and it is also RMG that handles the party's database, the one that was used for robocalls. But this should not matter. RMG owes almost $1 million in back taxes to Canadian taxpayers. So can the Minister of Revenue guarantee that RMG will not be entitled to any special treatment on the part of the Conservative Party? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, the rules will apply fairly to all Canadian companies. It is not the government that manages that.
Today, the NDP tried to accuse others of selling out to communists, which is interesting because that member made comments about the First World War in which he suggested that if there had just been more 20th century European communists, we wouldn't have had a First World War at all. The comments have been interpreted as insulting to our veterans and to the millions of victims of communism. I invite him now to stand in his place and apologize.
The Honourable Member of Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, My grandfather served in the Canadian Armed Forces during the Second World War. He was a proud soldier, and I am very proud of him. And when that member attacks me, he is attacking my grandfather's memory and the memory of all veterans. Speaking of people who get special treatment, Mike Duffy still has not repaid Canadian taxpayers for allowances he shouldn't have received, and yet this senator promised that he would do so weeks ago. Canadians are paying him to live in the lap of luxury simply because this Prime Minister appointed him senator. Will the Conservatives stop protecting their friend Mike Duffy and to make him understand that he must repay Canadians not in 2 years, not in 2 months, not in 2 weeks, now?
Honorable Secretary Parlementaire.
Honorable Parliamentary Secretary.
Member does himself any favors by screaming and hollering and tearing his shirt off on the floor of the House of Commons. He made comments about communism and about our veterans that have angered veterans across the country and wounded them. I've given him the occasion to stand and do the honourable thing and apologize. Instead, he lost his temper. I'd invite him once again to stand and apologize, do the honourable thing for our veterans. Thank you.
Honourable Member Louis Saint Laurent. The Conservatives have nothing to teach us about veterans. They're the ones who closed down Veterans Affairs offices. And even in October, I had to replace the Minister of Veterans Affairs at the last minute because he did not show up at his ceremony, and he didn't even have the decency to cancel his, or to say that he wouldn't be there. They're trying to hide things about Mike Duffy, the RMG. The Conservatives are just trying to hide their involvement in these scandals. On Tuesday, the Minister of Democratic Reform said with great fanfare that that the bill was coming out, but now they're going to take the time to study this electoral reform bill all of a sudden. Mr. Speaker, we can't wait anymore. The changes must be put in place. The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Here's another example of the NDP saying one thing and then doing another. It was the NDP that accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars of illegal donations from unions, Mr. Speaker. We are making changes to Canada's election laws, and we will take the time to get it right.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this government is intent on taxing middle-income Canadians, but a tax on toothbrushes? Health is no luxury. The link between dental health and disease is clear. And what possessed them to raise the tax on hockey helmets by 70%? Sport-related injuries ruin lives and cost the healthcare system $100 million a year. Why won't the Conservatives cancel these punitive taxes on middle-class Canadians?
And the Honourable Parliament Secretary of the Minister of Finance.
Thank you once again. As the Liberals continue to fight for special breaks for Chinese companies and other booming economies, let's listen to what the Canadian exporters and manufacturers had to say about this very issue. I quote, "The government's decision to modernize this foreign aid program by removing some countries from the GPT list is a good decision. These are new industrial powerhouses, and treating them the same way that we do our other trading partners just makes a lot of sense."
The Honourable Member for Westmount, Bill Marie.
Mr. Speaker, the government has just increased consumer good taxes on over $300 million per year at a time when the economy is fragile, when household debt has reached record levels, when the unemployment rate is high, when wages are not budging. This is the worst possible moment to hit Canadians with new taxes on close to 1,300 products that Canadians need in their everyday lives. When will this government wake up and cancel these tax hikes on Canadians?
The
Parliamentary Secretary. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, Canadian families have an average of $3,200 more in their pockets because of the cuts made by our government, and yet the Liberals voted against all of these reductions. In fact, they want to fight for tax relief, for special treatment for Chinese companies. Listen once again to Michael Hart.
Very issue. Hong Kong, Singapore, South Africa, South Korea, Thailand really aren't developing countries and should have been graduated long ago.
The Honourable Member for Westmount, Bill Marie.
Mr. Speaker, I have to say I love the damage control on hockey helmets on Friday morning. After clearly forgetting about it. They've increased the taxes on Canadians' consumers by over $300 million a year. Paints and varnishes, shampoos, deodorants, tricycles, kitchenware, tableware, ballpoint pens, toothbrushes. I can go on forever. 1,300 items. When is this government going to give Canadian families a break and cancel these tax increases on those products?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Once again, that is completely false. It is this government that has voted time and time again. Thank you. It is this government that has voted time and time again to reduce taxes on Canadians. In fact, let's let the record speak for itself. When we created the deduction for tradespeople's tool expenses, the Liberals voted against. When we created the medical expense tax credit, Liberals voted against. The first-time home buyers tax credit, Liberals voted against. I could go on and on, Mr. Speaker. They're going to fight for Chinese companies. We're going to fight for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, Conservative inaction is pushing Aboriginal communities to the brink. In Labrador, the Nunatuhavut has waited 22 years for solutions. Well, New Democrats know that Canada is stronger when we work together in partnership. So we are calling on this government to finally do the right thing and vote yes to our motion to provide all communities in Labrador the control they deserve over their own future. Will they listen?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I had the chance this morning to speak to this very issue, but obviously she doesn't want to understand. This claim was submitted in 1991, long before we came to office. The Liberals, sat on this for 13 years, and right now we are reviewing the facts that support this claim, and when the decision is made, the decision will be announced.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the broken promises is all we've heard from both the Conservative and the Liberal governments. They promised action on land claims and treaty implementation. The Prime Minister himself committed to direct oversight of this important issue for the future of Canada. But 3 months after he made this promise to First Nations leaders, nothing has been done. So let's try this again. Will the Prime Minister agree to make treaty implementation and land claim settlement a priority by voting yes on our motion? Yes.
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, it takes some nerve to stand up in the House and talk about rights of Aboriginal Canadians when that member, at the instructions of the leader of her party, just like the leader of the Liberal Party instructed his own caucus, they refused to vote in favor of Aboriginal women getting the same basic rights she enjoys.
Honourable Member for Gatineau.
Mr. Speaker, is that for too long Liberal and Conservative governments have dragged their heels. First Nations, Métis and Inuit deserve way better. And Mr. Speaker, Canadian women also in the workforce deserve better. Conservative changes to employment insurance will make it harder for women to access the program. They ignore the fact that many women rely on part-time or seasonal work and that women already have a harder time qualifying for EI. Are Conservatives aware that their reforms may lead more women into poverty?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, this government will take no lessons from the NDP on finding women roles in the workplace or finding women jobs, whether it be professional women, women that are looking to become apprentices, or women who are looking to get those skills they want so that they can move out into the workplace and have a great job. We're supporting the Canada Jobs Grant. We put in place a whole series of initiatives to make sure women can become apprentices. Why don't the NDP get on board and help those women find those jobs?
Not having an update again.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker, they launch into a lot of tirades, but they're not doing well. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that women are going to be picking up the tab for these cuts that the government's making to EI. The Federation of Quebec Women and other groups, women's groups, are sounding the alarm. The Conservative changes to employment insurance will force women to accept jobs that are not paid as well. It'll force them to travel farther from home for a job based on the whims of the minister. When will the minister admit that these changes will widen the gender gap in terms of salary?
Mr. Speaker, the changes that we have to employment insurance are to better connect Canadians to available jobs. And what we put forward in Economic Action Plan 2013 is just that, opportunities for Canadians to gain the skills that they need to enter into the workplace. I don't understand why the NDP continue to vote against these initiatives. So whether it be the Canada Jobs Grant, opportunities for apprenticeships, the 5,000 new internships that are available for postgraduates, I wonder why the NDP continue to talk about how they want to create jobs, but never, ever actually support an initiative to do that.
The honourable member for Surrey Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, our government firmly believes that parents know what is best for their children. That is why we've given parents choice in childcare, despite the objections of the opposition parties. It appears the Liberal Party is once again looking to dictate to parents on how children should be raised. They're promoting a private member's bill in the Senate which could turn parents into criminals. Can the Minister of Justice please inform this House about the government's position on Bill S-214?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the government opposes this unnecessary and unreasonable legislation. We do not believe that parents, teachers and others responsible for the well-being of children should be criminalized for discipline that is undertaken in a reasonable way. The fact is the Supreme Court has already clarified it and provided guidance on the criminal code in this area. We are focused on cracking down on real threats to children, like tougher sentences for child sexual offences. Unfortunately, the Liberal Party voted against that legislation, Mr. Speaker. This is another example that Liberal priorities are not the priorities of the people of this country.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, women are particularly hard hit of the gutted EI program that the Conservatives have put in place. Women already earn lower wages than men. They all hold most of the part-time and seasonal jobs. And with these cuts, women will be forced to accept a 30% pay cut. Of course, the minister would be aware of these consequences if she'd conducted an impact study. Why didn't she do one? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, this government is focused on making sure that Canadians have the skills and the training they need to be able to take on the jobs that exist today. So whether that be through the Canada Jobs Grant, our new apprenticeship initiatives to make sure we have harmonization across the country, an investment in individuals that have disabilities to make sure that they can attach themselves to the workplace. These are all initiatives this government supports and has driven forward. The NDP continually vote against these opportunities for Canadians. Shame on them.
Changes hurt seasonal workers, regional economies, and provinces. But the Conservative mismanagement has disproportionately hurt women, and that's a fact.
Yeah, exactly.
For example, a woman taking maternity...
Order. There seems to be a steady stream of chatter when other members have the floor, and I'd appreciate it if members would listen to the member putting the question and in turn listen to the minister answering. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
Thank you. Thank you very much. For example, a woman taking maternity leave can become ineligible for EI because the government doesn't consider looking after a baby as work. Experts have said 2,000 women every year are denied EI benefits because of this unfair policy. Is the minister really going to stand by an EI program that says looking after a baby is not work?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This government supports families, whether it be the Children's Fitness Tax Credit, the Universal Child Care Benefit, or increases and augmentation to the National Child Benefit. We support families, we support parents, we support mothers. That party doesn't. They've always voted against these initiatives. I encourage them to step up when they have the opportunity, support mothers and parents because they are doing a great job. Why don't you support them?
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is clear to anyone who's paying attention that the Conservative cuts to EI are totally inappropriate. Even the IMF, infamous for their austerity programs, reported this week that austerity is the wrong way for Canada to go, and that the Conservative Government of Canada should be using EI to its full capacity. Mr. Speaker, Canada's rate of unemployment is up, and it's getting worse. Rather than giving the unemployed of Canada a hand up, why is this Conservative government continually kicking them when they're down?
The Honourable Prime Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, I would implore my colleagues across the way to actually read the reports that come out. In fact, the IMF said the following: Canada is in an enviable position. The policies that are being deployed are, in our minds, broadly appropriate. That's what the IMF said about Canada, because Canada has led the way in job growth, creating over 900,000 net new jobs since the recession. We've led in economic growth, which we continue to do through our economic action plans. Unfortunately, we see the NDP and the Liberals intent on providing special breaks to Chinese companies and booming economies, which will, in fact, lower our ability to succeed.
The Honourable Member for Marquerolles-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, there are still 1.4 million people unemployed in this country, thanks to them. Under the Conservatives, Canada went from ahead of the class to a real dunce. Against the advice of all, including the IMF, the Conservatives decided to continue to brutally cut services to Canadians, to gut the EI program, and to reduce some investments in infrastructure. And the results are clear. Growth is down. That's what happens, Mr. Speaker, when the Conservatives decide to strike without doing their homework. Mr. Speaker, we know the Conservatives admit that their economic austerity isn't working. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Once again, Mr. Speaker, let's listen to the achievements of our Conservative government. Canada currently has the best fiscal environment in the G7, the lowest tax rate on new investments for corporations in the G7. We have the best job creation record in the G7, which is over 900,000 net new jobs. We have the best financial system in the world, the best environment for growth and job creation for corporations, and the best credit rating in the world. Too bad for them, because they want to increase taxes. It will
Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' robocall company is stiffing the Canadian taxpayer by claiming bankruptcy. It appears that the Conservatives have as much contempt for the Canadian taxpayers as they do for the voters. At the same proceeding, the Conservative government will be both a creditor and the Conservative Party will be a debtor. So, will the Minister of Revenue assure this House that both she and the Conservative Party will attend the same proceedings in order to get Canadian taxpayers' money back?
The Honourable Private Secretary, the Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is a very experienced politician, and he knows that the minister has no involvement in administrative individual tax cases. Independent, nonpartisan public servants with the Canada Revenue Agency are responsible both for the administration and enforcement of Canada's tax legislation.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Mr. Speaker, I doubt that senior management at Canada Post would accept to wait more than a year and a half to be paid what they're owed. But that's exactly the situation facing thousands of employees and former employees, including the majority of whom are women. In November 2011, the Supreme Court brought down a unanimous decision requiring Canada Post to respect pay equity and to compensate a group of employees. A year and a half later, these employees, a number of whom are now retired, are still waiting. Why is the government allowing Canada Post to drag its feet and to not resolve such a blatant injustice as quickly as possible? The Honourable Minister of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada Post will respect the Supreme Court's decision on pay equity and implement the ruling as soon as possible. As you know, the Crown is a arm's-length Crown from the government and is responsible for its own operations, including human resources. The issue that the member is referring to is before the courts, and therefore I cannot comment further.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
The Minister for International Cooperation wasn't concerned at all when we asked him about funding proposals gathering dust on his desk. And now we hear that it's failed to get a big chunk of development assistance money out the door. Can the minister tell us how much of CEDA's budget will lapse this year? And is it the plan to cut CEDA's budget through the back door, or is it that the minister cannot handle his workload?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of International Cooperation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and all of the projects are going to be judged on the merit of the project. But what I want to say here is that Canadians can be very proud of the achievements that their hard-earned tax dollars are making on projects abroad. Our investments are providing food, medical assistance, and health care and emergency humanitarian assistance for those who need it most. And we will continue to ensure that Canadians' dollars are spent in the ways that achieve the greatest results.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Speaker,
the truth is that the Conservatives have turned CEDA upside down. The inept minister doesn't even know his files. Funding has been reduced. Development assistance is now based on corporate interests instead of the interests of the poor. And morale is very low. What's more, 1/3 of the budget may lapse at the end of the fiscal year. Can the minister tell us how much money allocated to CEDA will not be spent this year because of his incompetency? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Our government, as I said, is committed to ensuring that our development dollars are focused, effective, and accountable. You know, over the last number of years, we've ensured that more mums and more babies have the nutrition that they need. We have more children in school, and a high percentage of those are girls who are receiving an education. We will continue to achieve real results with Canadians' taxpayers' dollars.
The member for Saskatoon, Rosetown, Bigger.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Liberal member from St. Paul's yelled disrespectful comments. She said that instead of having the matrimonial right to property like all other Canadians, Aboriginal women should have to live in shelters. As a woman, I am offended. Women and children on reserves have been victimized for many years without the protections they need. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance please tell the House what our government is doing to help protect them?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
I want to first of all thank the member from Saskatoon, Rosetown, Bigger for her dedication to Aboriginal women everywhere. Our government has introduced legislation to protect thousands of First Nations women and children. This bill will allow judges to enforce emergency protection orders for the safety of the woman and the child. Unfortunately, the member from St. Paul's comments are consistent with the position of the Liberal Party, who voted against these protections. Opposition leaders should be ashamed, and they should apologize for instructing their caucuses to vote against these protections.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, prevention. Prevention is the first and most critical element of any counter-terrorism strategy. So it is deeply concerning that this government has left a major risk unaddressed. It could be fertilizer from one of our agri-retailers used in a future attack. And while the sector struggles to secure their stores and have asked for assistance for years, this government is turning a deaf ear to such an important security issue. Why does this government still refuse to invest funds for background checks, security training, and perimeter and network protection for our agri-retailers selling fertilizer?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On the contrary, we do have strong regulations in place. Our hearts go out to all those affected by this tragedy, Mr. Speaker, but our government is committed to protecting the safety of Canadians and our agricultural industry. And in fact, in 2008, Mr. Speaker, we consulted with the fertilizer industry and we brought in new regulations under the Explosives Act to protect Canadians. These regulations reflect our commitment to ensuring public safety and security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, at a time when a Canadian is in command at the International Space Station, the Conservatives are doing everything to prevent us from achieving that ever again. For months, it's been impossible to obtain precise figures on how much the Conservatives will be cutting the agency. The Minister of Industry had promised that the future of the agency was in excellent shape. Now we're learning that 97 positions will be abolished between 2011 and 2015. Will the minister protect those jobs in order to maintain the level of excellence that we're so proud of? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, we need to be proud of our achievements in the space industry here in Canada, Mr. Speaker, and on the space station. And that's thanks, Mr. Speaker, to we have a government that has provided additional funding, $300 million more, in fact, to the Canadian Space Agency as part of the Economic Action Plan. But the party represented by the member who just put the question voted against those measures. So she's not in a good position at all to give the government any lectures. A report recently came out from David Emerson, which has provided some guidelines for the future for the space agency, and the future is very promising.
Mr. Speaker, our government has long supported Canadian sealers and their families. And while anti-sealing lobbyists and urban centres stage protests using false information and outdated pictures, our government continues to promote the truth about the Canadian seal hunt. The seal hunt is a humane, sustainable, well-regulated activity that provides an important source of food and income for thousands of sealers and their families. Could the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans please update this House on our government's continued support regarding the seal hunt and its humane practices?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like my friend from Cumberland and Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley, I'm proud to be part of a government that is standing shoulder to shoulder with Canadian sealers. Unlike the Liberals, who through the activities of Ontario Senator Mac Harb have consistently tried to destroy the livelihoods of Canadian sealers, our Conservative government will continue to fight for Canadian sealers and their families. I'm pleased to report that sealers working in the North Atlantic Ocean are on target to increase this year's harvest by some 40%. We remain committed to supporting jobs and growth generated by Canada's humane seal hunt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Microphone, please. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative budget is filled with a number of hidden taxes. They're also taxing consumer goods, and there are a number of taxes that are affecting, in fact, aids for people who are living with a visual impairment. They're being highly taxed, and this is, in fact, discrimination against people with visual impairments. Why are the Conservatives taking this kind of action against people who are visually impaired? Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps I could suggest that my colleague read carefully through Budget 2013, because in the budget we are providing additional funding to support digitization in libraries for people who are visually impaired.
Economic Action Plan 2013, so that we can provide some digital hubs for our libraries for those who suffer from vision impairment and those who are blind. Thank you.
We'll now have an update at Richmond.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, since the announcement on the new Champlain Bridge, the Minister of Transport has never appeared open to the idea of a structure that will meet the needs of people living on the South Shore. We clearly have the impression that the Minister just expects to do the minimum amount required, and he's reluctant to include public transit. This morning, the Quebec government talked about putting in an LRT in order to adequately serve the people, the thousands of people who cross the bridge every day. Can the minister understand that he can't build the bridge in a vacuum? Will he, in fact, act on Quebec's demands and do his fair share for the light rail project? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, each province has an envelope. The municipalities, the provinces, must determine their priorities with that federal budgetary envelope. If the Quebec government chooses, for example, a light rail train project for the bridge on the St. Lawrence, if it makes that a priority, then we will cooperate with the government of Quebec to make that investment possible. Thank you.
Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, when in university 43 years ago, I helped to organize the very first Earth Day. But we will have little to celebrate today in Canada. The government has dismantled our environmental laws, muzzled our scientists, ripped up Kyoto, and refused to take action on dangerous climate change. So for Earth Day on Monday, how about this government ending its $1.3 billion in corporate welfare handouts for big oil and big gas companies? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliament Secretary, the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. In our government's commitment to combat climate change, we've put forward very stringent regulations in each of the major emitting sectors in our country's economy. For example, light vehicle passenger regulations, which will actually see Canadians save money through increased fuel efficiencies. And for the first time, our government is seeing a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions while our economy continues to grow. This indeed is something to celebrate, Mr. Speaker.
That concludes question period for today. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have enormous respect for you as Speaker and for the members of this House, and I'd like to unreservedly apologize for any additions I made in my comments today. I think, as all members, we have to maintain a certain standard in this House. I think we could all agree that this was a particularly unsavory question period with numerous misrepresentations and personal attacks, but it doesn't make it right, and I'd like to apologize to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay for that. Tabling of documents, dépôt des documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 5 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, entitled Urban Conservation Practices in Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109 of the House of Commons, the committee requests the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Premier lecture de projet.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Motion. L'honorable député de Hull-Elmer.
Member for Hull-Elmer.
No, c'est.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the conclusion of today's debate on the opposition motion, on behalf of the member for Nanaimo Cowichan, any question necessary to dispose of the motion be deemed to put, and that a recorded division be stood until Tuesday at the end of the period for government orders, and that the House proceed then to the study of private members' business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer have the unanimous consent of the House to propose that motion. Agreed? The House has heard the question. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Presentation des pétitions.
Presenting petition.
For Saskatoon, Wanuskewin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have in hand a large petition here from a number of constituents from Saskatoon, and they're calling on Parliament to demonstrate international responsibility by recommitting Canada to contribute 0.7% of GDP to overseas development assistance, to prioritize responsive funding to those NGOs that Canadians support, and thirdly, in the spirit of global solidarity, grant in full the funding of $49.2 million requested by DNP over the next 5 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Presentation des pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
In the islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition today from constituents in my riding of Kingston and the Islands, and particularly in the rural parts of my riding. It's about genetically modified alfalfa. They're asking the government to have a moratorium on the commercial distribution of genetically modified alfalfa until a proper review can be done about to study the effects on trade, the effect on organic certification, and just to make sure that we have the tools that we need to keep separate the genetically modified alfalfa and the non-genetically modified alfalfa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And the Honourable Member for Nepean Carleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to share with the House a petition from constituents who call for the prompt passage of the Faster Removal of Foreign Criminals Act. The signatories to this petition would like to see the We'd like to see the passage of the Faster Removal of Foreign Criminals Act in order to ensure that our streets are safer and that those who do not belong within the boundaries of Canadian borders are quickly removed with as little delay as possible. And so it is an honor to present this petition to the House and to you, Speaker.
Member for Laurier Sainte Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the great honor today to table a petition signed by dozens and dozens of individuals across Quebec talking about the important role that Canada can play and must play when it comes to international development and are upset with the recent cuts to CEDA's budget and are asking the Prime Minister to stop those cuts and to reverse the cuts and to restore CEDA's budget.
For Winnipeg North.
Pleasure, I rise to table petition regarding the research done at the experimental lakes area, which provides essential scientific knowledge. Since 1968, ELA has been a global leader in conducting whole ecosystem experiments, which have been critical in shaping experimental policy and understanding human impacts on lakes and fishes. Table it today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Prince George Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of residents of British Columbia and some from Alberta, I'd like to present this petition. Whereas Canada is a nation that has long promoted the right to equal protection and equal benefits of the law, and whereas preventing the birth of baby girls through sex-selective abortions is an affront to the dignity and equality of women and girls, and whereas sex-selective abortions have denied millions of girls in Canada and throughout the world the chance to be merely born because they are girls. Therefore, we call upon the House of Commons in Parliament assembled to condemn the discrimination against girls through sex-selective abortion and do all it can to prevent sex-selective abortions from being carried out in Canada. Thank you.
Member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Petitions continue to roll in from Winnipeg and across Canada on the topic of the experimental lakes area. The petitioners are calling upon we parliamentarians to reverse the ill-advised decision to close the experimental lakes area and to continue to provide to finance the staff and provide financial support for this very important Canadian scientific institution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Q12-13, Q12-14, 12-15, and 12-16. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if questions Q12-13 and 12-18 could be made orders for returns, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that questions 12-13 and 12-18 be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed. Agreed. It's ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed. It's ordered. The Chair has noticed that the Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country would like to make further contributions to the question privilege raised by the Member for Langley.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to address one point of privilege this morning. Doing so on this day, April 19th, allows me to allude to a second related privilege, that of marking the anniversary of the shot heard round the world, the day in which the American Revolution began on April 19th in 1775 near Boston. Especially momentous as Bostonians are in lockdown as we speak, confronted by an assault on freedom and democracy. Let me first reflect briefly on the relevance of the shot heard around the world and what is happening today in Boston. The phrase was coined by Ralph Waldo Emerson in his poem, The Concord Hymn, which commemorates the shots in Lexington and Concord near Boston, shots which set into play the events that led, among other things, to the signing of the American Declaration of Independence. So as Bostonians stand once again today at the center of a battle for freedom and democracy, we recognize it's not for the first time in their history. Only last Monday, terrorists attacked innocent people in Boston who had at the Boston Marathon gathered to enjoy the fruits of peace and democracy. They rightly expected to revel in one another's company, secure and unthreatened by tyranny or violence. Bostonians stand against those who menace them. We offer the people of Boston our prayers and goodwill. I invite members to join with the U.S. Ambassador, Running Room Manager Phil Marsh, and me on Monday at 1 p.m. to march together to the U.S. Embassy to show that we stand with Bostonians and Americans at this difficult time. I invite you, Mr. Speaker, and all members of this House to join us. The formal point of privilege to which I speak today relates to the right of a member of this House to speak freely on whatever topic he or she believes merits the attention of our democratically elected House in the execution of our parliamentary duties. Specifically, I understand the question put to you by the member for Langley is his point of privilege whether which institution has the right to administer rotating member statements in this House, you as the Speaker or the party whips, independent of your authority. I'm not referring to the specific motion originally brought by the member for Langley, but to the critical nature of preserving a legislator's free voice in this institution. My reference to the U.S. experience in freedom and democracy relates to the matter at hand because our American neighbors put the separation of powers at the foundation of their democratic system, right alongside a sister concept, the use of checks and balances to curb powers that tempt one or another institution to overreach. The writings of Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, and John Jay in the Federalist Papers laid the groundwork for the American Constitution. In the first of their 88 treatises, they posed the question whether men and women are really capable of establishing good government. The corralling of normal human deficiencies within institutional checks and balances is at the very heart of the point of privilege raised by my colleague, the MP for Langley. In the words of Hamilton and Company, and I'm quoting, "It's been frequently remarked that it seems to have been reserved to the people of this country by their conduct and example to decide the important question whether societies of men are really capable or not of establishing good government from reflection and choice, or whether they are forever destined to depend for their political constitutions on accident and force." And I end the quote. In Federalist 51, the authors argue strongly for the independence of the separate arms of government to resist, as they call them, usurpations of power and prerogatives of one by the other. Otherwise, each institution stands to suffer encroachment by the others. To secure these ends, Madison and his partners suggest that the great security, and I'm quoting, "the great security against a gradual concentration of the several powers in the same department," and there I end the quote, "is to enable each separate institution, be it the executive or the legislature, to fend off attempts to encroach upon one another's domains." Mr. Speaker, I couch my argument today in institutional language intentionally to remove the debate from the personalities involved. I do not seek to pitch the discussion in terms of a battle for power between individuals, between whatever person happens to preside as a cabinet figure and whatever legislators are advocating for preservation or expansion of their legislative capacity. Our media are then tempted to build on the personal nature of such a narrative, in turn attributing personal motives and ascribing malevolent or ambitious motives to the people involved. It would, in fact, be easier to make the argument I make today if we had a Prime Minister who fostered ill will towards the legislature or who was guilty of corruption. Instead, we have a Prime Minister who rose from a world of grassroots democracy and who has fostered unprecedented mechanisms for caucus participation in the formulation of government policy. He has consistently demonstrated a standard of integrity and honest government epitomized in the first bill he passed as Prime Minister, the Accountability Act. Our front bench, whether Prime Minister, Finance Minister, or others, are consistently toasted as international paragons of good government and sound economic management. However, does this mean that because the people in the executive or cabinet positions of our government are model democratic leaders, that we should allow our institutions to be stretched to accommodate a swelling of power of the executive at the expense of the legislature? Mr. Speaker, I would argue that the doors opened by a good and benevolent Prime Minister and Whip will still be open for access by a much less praiseworthy, less accountable executive who may someday follow. So, on a day when the world is focused on the birthplace of American democracy, I have indulged this House to hear my views, which I believe reflect the views of my constituents concerning the point of privilege raised by the MP for Langley. Its importance stretches back to the birthplace of Western democracy, back through the precedents in this House cited by able members of Parliament who've spoken before me on this same point, back through the thinking of Hamilton, Madison, and Jay, and back even further to the Isle of Runnymede in 1215, when King John, an executive with far less devotion and accountability than our current executive, was confronted with the need for the separation of powers. In short, the principles we discussed today have received attention in other Western democracies to which we sometimes look for inspiration, those of Great Britain and the United States. Mr. Speaker, you have an important and somber duty to execute in ruling on this point of privilege raised by the member for Langley. That is, who has the authority to administer member statements, the Speaker or the party leaders? In executing your duty, I draw your attention to the famous incident which occurred in 1642 when King Charles I entered Parliament searching for parliamentarians who had refused to heed his will. Charles I was anti-democratic and sought not to be accountable to his people, the exact opposite of the Prime Minister and Cabinet who serve Canadians today with long-standing, devoted, and proven commitment to freedom and democracy. In response to King Charles I, William Lenthal, the Speaker at the time, responded with the following words, and I quote, "May it please your Majesty, I have neither eyes to see nor tongue to speak in this place, but as the House is pleased to direct me, whose servant I am here." I reiterate, the problem relates not to the people in power today, but in the potential impact on the democratic capacity of legislators in the future to perform our roles. I believe it is the Speaker, and I mean the institution of Speaker, not the person, who should administer rotating member statements in this House, not a party leader or his or her representatives. Speaker Lenthal long ago observed the importance of the separation of powers. Mr. Speaker, I urge you to act with the same courage and dignity as you ponder the important point of privilege raised by the member for Langley. Thank you.
Once again, thank the honourable member for his further contributions to the question currently before the chair, and can assure him and the rest of the House that I will be coming back with a decision in due course. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders. Business of supply. Resuming debate on the opposition motion concerning First Nations, Métis, and Inuit.
Still 4 minutes left for questions and comments for the honourable member, the honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs, Deputy Domenico.
Honourable member from Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the minister in his speech said that he was open to negotiating with the partners in good faith. So I would like to remind him that partners in goodwill are very subjective concepts. And it is up to him as minister to negotiate with each of the partners and with each of the First Nations on an equal footing. And so I simply wanted to have clarifications as to what his concept of the notion of good faith. The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the question could give rise to an extremely lengthy philosophical debate on the meaning of a number of words. Simply, what we are indicating is that we are fully prepared to work positively in a relationship of mutual respect with all First Nations, with a view to addressing critical issues that affect them, whether it be economic development, education, socioeconomic problems that affect these people across the country. And when we talk about goodwill or good faith, that means working in a relationship of mutual respect. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North. Mr. Speaker, very quickly, I'm wondering if the Minister can provide specific comment in regards to the Nunatu Kavat community and their particular claim. Can you provide any sort of a brief update as to where the government is on that claim?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
As I said earlier,
this House, Mr. Speaker, the Nunatu-Kavut claim has been filed back in 1991, 1992. At this stage, the claimants have filed further historical evidence and material with the department in support of the claim, and as we speak, this evidence is being reviewed. So I would expect that within the next while we should be able to get the advice of the Department of Justice as to whether or not this is a claim that we can start negotiation on.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky Country. We only have a little over a minute.
Merci bien, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Standing up for Labrador. We're delivering results that matter to Labradorians, such as providing a loan guarantee for Lord Churchill, ending the long gun registry, providing funding to improve the Trans-Labrador Highway. While we're delivering results, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the NDP is supporting a job-killing carbon tax that would raise the price of everything and hurt Newfoundland and Labrador. Mr. Speaker, would the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development update the House on how his department is getting the job done for the people of Labrador?
The Honourable Minister for Aboriginal Affairs has about 40 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, our government is committed to working, as I said earlier, with Aboriginals in Labrador to facilitate local solutions, including empowering communities through the implementation of self-government agreements like the fiscal financing agreement with the Nunatiavut First Nation, which we have concluded. Another example of empowering and working with Aboriginals in Labrador is the devolution of responsibility of the K-12 school boards in 2009 to an 8-member Innu-led school board who assumed control over the schools of 2 reserves in Labrador. Along with our government's Muskrat Falls loan guarantee commitment to support Atlantic Canada's future energy needs, a project that will result in an average of, 1,500 jobs a year during construction. We've also invested $385,000 in the Labrador Aboriginal Training Partnership. So unlike the other side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we are standing up for Aboriginal people, and these are only a few examples of all of the work that we are doing in partnership with them. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise today to address what I think is a very important issue of a critical nature. And at the end of the day, we have individuals that want to see significant progress made on this file. It's fair to say, Mr. Speaker, that land claims has been an issue ever since the signing of treaties back in 1701 and all the way up to today, where we still get issues related to land claims, things that occur today that have impacts where there's a need for settlements to be reached. And I don't believe that there is any political party inside the House that can say that they have done the type of work that's necessary in order to ultimately resolve the issue permanently. I would like to think that there has been significant progress in certain areas, but there's a lot more room for improvement, Mr. Speaker. I know while I was an MLA, heard about the flooding impacts of our hydro development, for example, during the 70s and 80s, where we had different level of government, a province that caused horrendous issues, and whether it was the New Democratic governments that failed to be able to deliver on land claim issues, or progressive conservatives, Mr. Speaker, governments, or ultimately different parties here at the national level. We recognize that 40, 50 years ago, I believe it was back in early 70s, where former Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau actually established through policy the need for us to recognize that we have to respect the treaties and work towards having laws that would see land claims ultimately processed in a much fairer fashion, Mr. Speaker. It drew in the other stakeholders, in particular I'm referring to the provinces and territories, to also accept responsibilities in terms of resolving outstanding land-related issues. In 1974, we saw actually an office that was created in order to be able to deal with native land claims. Through the years, we've seen a great deal of effort, and Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, I think that if you were to canvass most Canadians, in particular our First Nations, you will find that there is so much more work that needs to be done, and there's a great deal of frustration that we're just not moving fast enough in terms of being able to resolve these issues, Mr. Speaker. And I must, at the beginning, Mr. Speaker, I should have indicated that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Vancouver Centre. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, what I'd like to highlight is that we do have two types of land claims that I think that are worthy of making note of. The special land claims, or specific land claims, which really deal with treaties that, as they go back from 1701 to 1923. We're still talking about several hundreds of those types of things where there's issues that are still outstanding, and then the more comprehensive claims that are out there that need to be resolved, Mr. Speaker. The more modern type of claim, the type of claim that I posed to the Minister responsible just a few minutes ago in terms of trying to get an update, and that particular claim is something that's made reference to inside this the text of the motion itself. Mr. Speaker, all of us are aware of the Idle No More movement, and I think when you try to get a better understanding of that movement, you get a better appreciation of why it is that there's this great sense of frustration throughout this country in regards to what I would classify as the spinning of the wheels on the very important First Nation Aboriginal issues, Mr. Speaker, and they want to see a government that's prepared to do more than just talk, but to see action follow, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, when I've had the opportunity firsthand to meet with and talk to First Nation leaders or members from the Métis community and others, Mr. Speaker, what they want to talk about are issues related to economic opportunities. They want to talk about education, the quality of education, in particular post-secondary education. They want a higher sense that in the future there's going to be more hope, Mr. Speaker, and hope is so critically important in the development of any community. And the federal government needs to recognize the leading role that it needs to play. I have stood in my place on numerous occasions to talk about Aboriginal issues and First Nation issues, Mr. Speaker, and I've put the challenge to the government that they need to recognize that they have to approach our First Nation issues with the counterparts, the many First Nation leaders that are there that are quite able and wanting to demonstrate leadership on the issue, and to open the doors, Mr. Speaker, and get them engaged in decisions that are being made that are affecting our First Nation and Aboriginal communities throughout Canada. You know, one of the, I'd say, frustrations is the refusal of the government in order to acknowledge and fulfill their legal duty to consult on matters that in fact impact our Aboriginal rights, Mr. Speaker. And I have a note here which kind of uses it as an example. This particular government, the Conservative government, have ran through different forms of legislation on on our First Nations, such as financial reporting. We heard a lot today about matrimonial property and on reserves, regulation of water and wastewater, various portions of the Indian Act, Aboriginal fisheries, land management, and environmental protection. All, Mr. Speaker, we must say, without proper prior consultation and the necessary resources to implement the changes being imposed upon them, Mr. Speaker. As I say, it was back in 1973 when Pierre Trudeau indicated very clearly that we have an obligation. We have seen court decisions that have been made since then, Mr. Speaker, indicating that there is an obligation. Don't quite understand why it is this government has not recognized that obligation to the degree in which they should have, Mr. Speaker, and one would question as to why they haven't done that. And I suspect, Mr. Speaker, that it's because the government has stood idly by, not acting on this, that we have seen the type of reaction that many of our First Nations have today towards the government. That is the reason why we have seen the protests on the Hill and in other regions of our country in regards to kind of a wake-up call saying that the people are not going to continue standing and tolerating a government that's not prepared to act on these very important issues. The Liberal Party, through the last couple of years, has brought forward ideas and suggestions to try to deal with some of the issues that are there, and I like to believe, Mr. Speaker, always taking into consideration the importance of recognizing the leadership that is there in a very real and tangible way on our First Nations, and to use that leadership, Mr. Speaker, in providing the guidance as we try to deal with these issues that are of critical importance. The land settlements is something in which we do believe does need to improve. We do need to speed up the process. And if there's things that we can do in order to encourage and to promote that, Mr. Speaker, I think that the House should do what it can. Because of the length of the time that it takes today, and the process is far too long, and that issue must and has to be addressed. Mr. Speaker, we have continued to go beyond the land settlement issues in wanting to be able to get other issues. That's why we've had the critic for our First Nations communities stand in their place and talk a lot about education. We've talked a lot about other economic type of opportunities and how we can support our First Nations from across this land. See, my time has expired, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to any questions if there are any.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I listened with interest to my honourable colleague, and we've seen over the last day that the Conservatives have suddenly tried to portray themselves as interested in the issue of women's rights on reserve and the issue of basic human rights, at the same time that they are in court against Cindy Blackstock, who's one of the great civil rights heroes of our time. This is a government that's actually been spying on Cindy Blackstock, a woman whose main concern is assuring basic health and welfare and education rights for First Nation children to end the systemic discrimination. And I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, we've seen this government go to court time and time again against First Nations to stop basic implementation of rights, but to go to court against children and to actually spy on the people who are speaking up for children's rights, I'd like to ask him what he thinks that says about the so-called honour of the Crown in the 21st century.
Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, both today and yesterday we've heard a lot about Bill S2, I think it is, dealing with the issue of marriage and marriage breakup and the rights of both partners, Mr. Speaker. And it is important that we recognize that a big part of that has been the requirement of the government, again, to be working with our First Nations and the leaders in terms of developing legislation. As opposed to doing that, Mr. Speaker, they have taken a piece of legislation from a specific area and brought it in, bringing it into the House without doing their work. And as a result, there is a great deal of resistance on an issue I would ultimately argue is that there would be wonderful support from, and there would have been very strong leadership, Mr. Speaker, coming even from our First Nations. What's upsetting a number of people is the way in which this government feels that it can just bring in the legislation without working with our First Nation leaders, Mr. Speaker. And I think that at the end of the day, if the government really wanted to deal with many of these outstanding First Nations issues, Mr. Speaker, that they have to recognize that there is an obligation not only a legal obligation, but many would argue a moral obligation for them to be working with our First Nation and Aboriginal leaders in order to be able to resolve these. And if they did that, we'll be far more ahead in terms of making our communities a better place to live.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Portage-Lisker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just hearing both of my colleagues' questions and responses to the issue of real matrimonial property rights for women on reserve, I really am trying to understand their logic behind their opposition to it. We have consulted with First Nations groups and leaders on this, but more importantly, Mr. Speaker, the right to your property, an individual's right to their property is a basic human right. We would not, I don't think that if we were talking about the right to be free from violence, the right to be free to worship on a reserve in the way that anyone would want to worship, I don't think those basic rights we would have opposition from these members. Both of these men, I would say, would not have this problem if they were living on a reserve. It would only be women on reserve. It is only women on reserve that are the main people who suffer from this draconian and very old, and there's no logic, there's no way to explain away this kind of a law. So I would like both of these members, and I mean, I can't ask the member from Timmins, James Bay, but I can ask the member from Winnipeg North to please tell me why it is that this basic fundamental right that every other Canadian enjoys, including he enjoys and I enjoy, a basic right to my property, as well as a basic right to be free from violence, to worship in the way I want to, the basic rights that we are all afforded, why that's something that he wants to continue to talk about and not actually act on. Thank you.
Bill member for Winnipeg North, you have about 35 seconds.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, what I would want to make very clear is that I don't believe for a moment that the Conservative Party has a monopoly whatsoever in dealing with the issue of women's rights. If, in fact, I was to rank the political parties inside the House, I would suggest to you that they would rank at the end in terms of protecting women's rights, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day, the leader of the Liberal Party of Canada has been a very strong advocate for women's rights, both on reserve and off the reserve, and nothing will change to that effect. We recognize the importance and the harm that marital breakups do occur, and when that does occur, we want to ensure as much as possible that the right thing is done.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to go back over something that my colleague just said about the commitment of Liberal government, starting with Prime Minister Trudeau, moving into Mr. Chrétien when he was in the 70s, Minister for Northern and Indian Affairs, as it was called at the time, and writing a white paper on the need for self-determination and self-government for Aboriginal peoples. And it is no secret that when he came in as Prime Minister in 1993, that was one of the things that he set as a priority, and immediately brought in steps to try and create the infrastructure to improve land claims and to fast forward them. Not only that, but in British Columbia, in my province, where for 100 years Aboriginal people have been trying to get land claims established and couldn't get so, that Mr. Chrétien managed to convince the government of British Columbia then to lift this and to start moving forward with land claims. This fast-forwarded, it was moving very well, and things were happening. And so, you know, fast-forwarding land claims was an important part of dealing with Aboriginal concerns, the ability to give them the autonomy that they needed to make decisions about themselves and to govern themselves. Prime Minister Martin then came and picked up and signed the Kelowna Accord with every province in this country in agreement and treating the Aboriginal people as an equal part of government at that table. To bring in the Kelowna Accord, which would have devolved responsibility for health, education and housing to Aboriginal peoples. Well, we saw what happened. The Conservative government came in 2006 and Kelowna was gone. It was dead in the water. And in fact, we now see that same Prime Minister Paul Martin, now that he's no longer in Parliament, is spending his own personal fortune to try and move forward this issue of education, knowing that this is part of the root of Aboriginal people finding their way forward to become autonomous. But the point to remember here is you cannot, as I heard some of my colleagues across the way talking about Aboriginal women and et cetera, they don't consult with Aboriginal peoples. If they consulted with Aboriginal peoples, they would understand the differences, the cultural differences, this imposition of what we as non-Aboriginal people think are best for Aboriginal people continues to live even now and even today in this particular Conservative government's rhetoric. Mr. Speaker, 30 years ago, the Canadian Medical Association recognized the link between Aboriginal self-government and self-determination and the high rates of disease and the high rates in Aboriginal communities. And so we had started, even then, as president of the British Columbia Medical Association, I ensured that the Council on Health Promotion started something called Aboriginal Health Committee. We brought in an unusual thing for a medical association. We brought in Aboriginal leaders to be part of that community to talk about self-determination and self-governance so that we could move forward and change those terrible health statistics for Aboriginal people. But still, here we are today. We still see high incidence of homeless, housing and disease in Inuit communities. Diabetes is 3 times our national average. Obesity rates are approximately 40% on reserve. The life expectancy of First Nations men is 10 years below Aboriginal men, non-Aboriginal men, and of Aboriginal women is 7 years below that of non-Aboriginal women. We see suicide rates at 7 times the national average for First Nations communities and 11 times for Inuit communities. Infant mortality rates are 1.5 times higher than the national average. HIV/AIDS infections are 3.6 times higher than the non-Aboriginal populations, and tuberculosis is 5 times higher on reserve and 185 times higher in Nunavut specifically. Mr. Speaker, yet, in spite of this all and in spite of the rhetoric that we hear coming across from this particular government, we see that in 2011, 2012 and 2013, incremental decreases in budgets that were going to First Nations and Inuit health and infrastructure programs to mental health, maternal and child health programs were cut, suicide prevention programs are cut. The Liberals created a healing fund. We did so when we were in government. It was shown by the Department of Indian Affairs and by everyone who audited it that, in fact, it was working really well. It was the Aboriginal Healing Fund. We saw this Prime Minister who then made a wonderful apology in this House and cut that fund that was actually helping Aboriginal people. This government also just walked away from the Northern Dimension Partnership, which is made up of 11 Arctic countries to look at the health of their peoples in the North. And at a time when Canada is chairing the Arctic Council, they walked away from this, which saved them $50,000 a year, while the same Prime Minister who apologized nicely in the House spent $500,000 to transport his imperial limousines to India. This same Prime Minister, again, I refer to all the wonderful talk and the apologies in this House, that he, in fact, has stalled on land claims. The land claims that were moving forward, at least in my province of British Columbia, very well under a Liberal government, has now stalled completely. When I was chairing the Standing Committee for Status of Women, I visited Labrador, Mr. Speaker, and I heard of the violence that women face there. Face to face, they spoke to the fact that when they are trying to escape violence, they have nowhere to go. And so when my colleague from St. Paul's talked about shelters, she wasn't talking about shelters as a permanent thing, but everyone who understands violence knows that there has to be a safe place to go. There are no shelters for Aboriginal women across this country, and if there are, there may be 5, I can count on the fingers of one hand. And so more and more we find that we heard when we were a committee traveling around this country that more and more children are taken away from their parents when they try to flee violence and are put into non-Aboriginal homes. In fact, we heard the statistics, Mr. Speaker, from provincial governments that more Aboriginal children are being taken away from their parents today than were in the residential school era. Conservative members shut down the report, where it was the first time that all 4 political parties agreed on what that recommendation should be. Came the 2011 election, this government won a majority government, they shut down the report, they closed it down, and we've seen nothing further going to be done on Aboriginal women's violence against Aboriginal women, both on reserve, off reserve, and in society at large. Nothing has been done, and yet we hear a lot of rhetoric across from this side of the House. This motion, Mr. Speaker, is an appropriate one. We agree with this motion because it is time to stop the rhetoric. It's time to stop listening to all the wondrous phrases that come from across the aisle here. The Prime Minister's beautiful apology, everyone berating people on this side of the House who have indeed, as a Liberal government, I can say we moved significantly forward on this issue. It is time to stop the rhetoric, Mr. Speaker, and it is time to get action going. And I don't think we will see it from this government because they're too busy congratulating themselves on their little pieces of rhetoric than actually intending to do anything. Right. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask my honourable colleague about the issue of the nation-to-nation relationship, because we see with Bill C-45 and the stripping of basic environmental protections on waterways all across First Nation territory in order to help their friends in the oil industry, a complete disregard of basic First Nation rights that have been affirmed in court decision after court decision about the duty to consult. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague if she feels that the backlash that is rising up right now across this country against this government's colonial treatment of people on First Nation lands, if that perhaps that backlash could have been alleviated if this government respected the notion that the original first people of this country are still here, the treaties were signed with them, and that consultation must happen before this government goes ahead with any of its risky and dangerous environmental plans.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Question, and I'm pleased to answer it because I think, as I said, it was back in the early 70s when Mr. Chrétien was Minister for Indian Affairs that he actually wrote a white paper on the need for us to move forward with Aboriginal self-government and self-determination. Now, these are not just words, Mr. Speaker. We saw Paul Martin wanting to treat Aboriginal people at the table as a level of government on their own. This has actually moved backward and regressed under this government. This idea that we must continue to tell Aboriginal people what is best for them, this colonial, as my colleague has referred to it, this colonial attitude, this patriarchal attitude of saying that we know what is best for Aboriginal people. That's what we did when we first came here and told Aboriginal people that they did not know what was good for them. We continue to do it under this government. We've gone backwards in time. And you talked about pipelines and the duty to consult. This government thinks that the duty to consult is to pat people on the back and say, you can come in a lineup with everybody else and make a statement at a committee. A duty to consult denotes respect on a face-to-face, government-to-government basis with First Nations. That has not been done. First Nations have been treated just like anybody else by this government. So I want to thank the member for that question.
Questions and comments. The honourable member, Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal Party had 13 years to apologize to individuals that went through the residential school system for the wrongdoing. I was one of those students back in the day. 13 years to settle and implement land claims agreements, which they failed to do. I can speak for Nunavut. The Mulroney government signed our land claims agreement, and for 13 years, that party did absolutely nothing to implement the land claims agreement. Prior to our government coming to power, the NTI filed a lawsuit against that government at the time. Now we're back dealing with the implementation issue. The other 13 years that party had an opportunity to invest in education, in infrastructure, in health. What did they do? They cut transfers to balance the books. As a member of the First Nations Aboriginal community, as an Aboriginal person, I am shocked that those two parties are not in support of making sure that First Nations people have the same matrimonial rights that she takes for granted, that she has an opportunity to do. But she wants First Nations women to be below her when it comes to matrimonial rights, so that the First Nations women can protect their children in areas of dispute. Why is that member opposing the matrimonial rights bill that would put First Nations women equal to all Canadian women? Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre, you have about a minute to respond.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I love the rhetoric. It's great because it's all that seems to come across from that party. The fact is that this government, and under this very minister who says that she is an Aboriginal woman and an Inuit woman, she forgets that it was under the Liberal government that the rights and the full-formed government that is occurring in Nunavut is there now. I was there. I went to the beginning of the launching of that full government and the treatment of it as an equal person. There were, Mr. Speaker, the Aboriginal Healing Fund was brought in by a Liberal government. This government cancelled it. This Minister of Health has sat and presided over the cuts to all of the health programs in suicide prevention, maternal and child health. Homelessness is a major issue in Nunavut, and this minister has done absolutely nothing about it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I understand the member from Halifax has a point of privilege she wishes to raise.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising to add to the debate around the point of privilege of my colleague, the member from Langley. Before I begin, I do want to say that I've worked with the member from Langley when he was the chair of the Environment Committee, and I do respect his work as a member of Parliament in this House. Saying that, I categorically oppose the content of the motion that he wishes to bring forward. The NDP has been very clear about our support for women's right to choose and when it comes to women's reproductive health. So with that foundation, I would like to speak on the substance of his point of privilege and add to that debate with the perspective of an NDP member of the House. Mr. Speaker, the NDP, we don't vet our members' statements. Our statements are allotted by our whip. They're organized by our whip, and it's done in a fair and equitable manner so that all of our MPs have the opportunity to highlight the important issues going on across the country as well as in their ridings. And we have a roster system. We have that system. We've had it for the last decade when it comes to our daily statements. Previously, as you well know, we used to only have one statement a day when we were a smaller party. We have always held some of those statements for different reasons. So, for example, Wednesdays, we hold a statement to make a statement on women's issues. And we hold back some other statements for specific days. For example, the Day of Mourning for Injured Workers or Remembrance Day. And then we also do hold back the occasional statement so that we can respond to issues arising that day that are time-specific, or to correct serious and deceitful accusations made by the government. So we do have that kind of system. But what we're seeing right now, what's happening within the Conservative caucus over this issue, we've had a number of Conservatives rise to speak, and they've spoken out against their own internal process. And I think that this speaks directly to the Prime Minister's misunderstanding and disrespect of how Parliament needs to work for MPs and for Canadians. First of all, they ignore the voices of the opposition and their own MPs. Second, they stifle attempts by our officers of Parliament to hold them to account. Third, they shut down the ability of MPs to speak by shutting down debate. And I think that is disrespectful to Parliament. I don't believe that this is a question of left versus right, Mr. Speaker. I believe that this is a question of right versus wrong. The NDP respects Parliament. We respect freedom of speech, and I think that you can see that even at our very roots when you look at our party conventions, for example. This weekend past, we had a party convention, and we debated requiring a two-third majority of Parliament vote to consent to prorogation. We also debated and discussed having a two-third majority to move parliamentary committees into camera. These motions weren't yet adopted, but and they're not our official policy yet, but it shows that there's a strong culture of respect for Parliament in our party and within our caucus as well. We do respect the right of members of Parliament to use their SO31s or their statements to express views on the topics of their choosing. This is their right. We oppose the abuse of using normal parliamentary tools, normal parliamentary procedures. We oppose the Conservatives sort of writing the book on the lack of judgment and disrespect for this institution. The NDP, we have long been champions of the rights of free speech in the House, as well as for fair debate on legislation. We're against, for example, the government's limiting of time for debate on important issues in this House, whether it's through time allocation or closure. And we put forward an Opposition Day motion in November 2011 that would have required the government to justify their use of time allocation or closure to the... It's remarkable that I'm getting heckled on a point of privilege. It really is. The Conservatives know no bounds. So we did actually put forward an Opposition Day motion in 2011 to require the government to justify their use of time allocation or closure before it could be put to the House. And the Speaker would have criteria to follow as to ensure that this stifling of debate could not become as routinized as it has become under this government. So those are my perspectives as an NDP member on this side of the House, and I hope that the Speaker takes those comments and considerations into account when he's making this decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for Halifax for her intervention. I can assure her that the Speaker will, in fact, take all her comments and those of all the other members who have intervened on this issue. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honour, as always, to rise in this House and speak on behalf of the people of Timmins, James Bay, particularly on this important motion, the New Democrat motion about restoring the nation-to-nation relationship with First Nation people. I will be sharing my time with the member from Louis Saint Laurent. I think it is very important that this debate comes this week when we have numerous issues showing us the fundamental failure of Canadians to live up to that relationship. At Neskatanga, where we have this horrific suicide crisis, and Mr. Speaker, I've seen the suicide crisis in James Bay and the damage that they do psychologically, physically, and spiritually to people. I note that Neskatanga in English means Fort Hope, and it seems so ironic that a community so devastated was a place called Hope. That this week, 9 premiers came forward and asked this Conservative government for an inquiry into the hundreds and hundreds of murdered missing women, and the government continues to turn a deaf ear because in their eyes, perhaps there's one set of victims that they'll listen to, but the hundreds of missing First Nation young women across this country, they continue to stonewall. I think, Mr. Speaker, that this week, as the government continues its court case against Cindy Blackstock, they've spied on a woman who's speaking out on First Nation children, on the issue of education and child rights at a time when there's more children being held now in foster care and taken away from their families than at the residential school height. This shows you the broken relationship that we need to restore. I want to speak today, Mr. Speaker, about Treaty 9 because this is the region that I represent, the height of land in Northern Ontario. And there's a sense out there, I know in the media when we have the Attawabascat housing crisis and that, it's like, hey, we won, they lost. That seems to be the general public view of the treaty, that the treaty was some kind of surrender, a giving up. And yet, Mr. Speaker, until you understand the story of the treaty, you don't really understand why this relationship with First Nation people has gone so wrong. And you don't understand why people like Grand Chief Stan Looted and Chief Teresa Spence speak so much about Treaty 9. Their grandfathers signed that treaty. This is not ancient history. This is the beginning of what went wrong in the modern 20th century. If you look at the Indian Affairs website on Treaty 9, it's amazing. The very first line the Indian Affairs puts out for their history of Treaty 9 is, it begins with the opening statement to say, please come, we ask you to help us. As though the First Nations were hoping that the Indian Affairs bureaucrats were going to come up and make everything right. That what was being spoken about in the late 1800s was the incursion by the white settlers into First Nation lands, stripping the lands of their basic resources, and the attempt by the people to define some rules on the ground. They were not calling up Indian Affairs to come up and say, hey, come and take all our land and put us on a reserve. They were saying our fundamental rights that we've never extinguished are under attack. They were under attack from the CP rail. They were under attack from the white settlers who were trying to basically flood the communities with alcohol while taking away the basic hunting rights. But it's interesting, it was also the issue of resource development. In December 1901, the Hudson Bay Company Osnaburg House forwarded a petition saying that, quote, for the past 2 or 3 years, exploration for minerals has been carried on in the country contiguous to Lake St. Joseph. They asked to meet with His Majesty's officials to discuss what was happening in terms of mineral exploration, quote, as white men are already building on land which we desire to maintain. In 1903, the Geological Survey of Canada was turned away by the chief of the Crane Band, who said they had no right to come and explore without the express consent of First Nations. Back in 1872, near Jackfish Lake, Chief Blackstone shut down gold development, saying they had no right to be there. So now we see, fast forward to the 21st century, where KI in northwestern Ontario kicked out that junior mining company that refused to consult or Waugashig First Nation in my area, where the company said, it's not our job to look for their Indian arrowheads. We're a mining exploration company. The refusal to consult today resulted in First Nations taking the same action that their ancestors took over 100 years ago. So when the treaty commissioners came forward, it was never about the surrender of land. It was about ensuring that the land was going to be used in a fair and equitable manner, which wasn't happening. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's interesting. Indian Affairs actually, in their history, blames Ontario and says that, quote, it was Ontario that had licensed the surveyors and the mining exploration parties that the Indians were complaining about the federal officials. And as the Cree and Ojibwe were later to discover, it was Ontario which had already given out the timber licenses to lands which they wanted to reserve for themselves. If the incursion of the whites was the gun pointed at the head of Indian people, Ontario's finger was on the trigger. That's the official history from the Indian Affairs point of view. Now, certainly, Mr. Speaker, we know that across the prairies, across Ontario, across Quebec, the provinces treated the First Nation people as non-existent. They were federal responsibility, hence they didn't exist. The province could do whatever they wanted. But in the case of Treaty 9, the issue was that they were trying to get some certainty on the land, and Ontario took the hard line. They said, we won't even allow a reserve to even have any kind of hydro development potential, period. They were going to get the land that was absolutely worthless. But the fact is they didn't tell the people in Treaty 9. So when the commissioners came forward in 1905, 1906, across the upper lakes, they were making promises to the people. They were making oral promises because this was not a written culture. Now, Duncan Scott knew, he was the treaty commissioner, he knew that there was no negotiation going to take place because Ontario said if they didn't get everything they wanted, they didn't care what the First Nations did. They were just going to apply. So they were going in with the gun to the head to the First Nations. Now, it's interesting that when they landed in Fort Hope, where today we have the huge suicide epidemic, Chief Munias stood up and he said to the people, he said, wait a minute, the white guys aren't giving us money for nothing. If they're offering us money, they're taking something substantial away from us. That's what they were warning the people, and the commissioners had to give the people a story. They said that, no, you're going to get medical coverage. No, you're going to get schools. The issue of schooling was very important for people on the James Bay coast. The Cree communities knew that they needed education as a way to address the fact that their communities were in crisis. They knew the world was changing. And, Mr. Speaker, Daniel McMartin's diary, which has only recently come to light, Daniel McMartin was with the commissioners as they went across Northern Ontario in 1905 and 1906. And Daniel McMartin said that the commissioners had to sweeten the deal verbally, but they didn't put any of it in writing. So what the people were told they were signing was a completely different thing than what they actually signed on to. So then, of course, later government said, hey, you surrendered the land. It's all there in black and white. It's all there on the page. But that wasn't the verbal commitment made. And, Mr. Speaker, that has been the record of the so-called honor of the Crown for the following 100 years. I've seen it myself. I saw it in Barrier Lake, where the Liberal government signed an agreement with the community, and as soon as the agreement was signed, they walked away. I saw it in Kashechewan First Nation, where we sat down with the then Liberal government. We had an agreement to rebuild the community, and we sat down to look at the paper, to have the whole commitment that they had made verbally. And I remember saying to the chief, none of the promises are on the paper. And we were told, you can trust the honor of the Crown. Well, we know what happened to that. So much to the agreement with Saskatchewan, but it took the present Conservative government to rip up that agreement. But that was the so-called honor of the Crown. And Daniel McMartin says that the people were misled. They had to mislead them in order to get them to sign off. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's fascinating and actually really deeply disturbing that it was Duncan Scott who led the Treaty 9 negotiations when the people who were coming to him said, okay, we understand our way of life is under threat. We will make an agreement if you promise that our children will get an education. Well, Duncan Scott had a plan for their education, all right. It was the residential schools. And what Duncan Scott said, that the residential schools had to be mandatory because it was to, quote, get rid of the Indian problem, to continue until there's not a single Indian in Canada that has not been absorbed. This was about a genocidal policy. However you say it, it was about the destruction of the First Nation people, and they came into those communities and they misrepresented themselves and they punished those communities with the residential schools, which nearly broke them. So 100 years later, Mr. Speaker, history's calling on us. It's knocking on the door of this House of Commons to say it is time to restore that broken relationship, to show that there is honor in the Crown, and to ensure that the First Nation people are treated with the rights and dignities that they have as the original First Nation people who never extinguished their rights in this country.
I'm sorry, questions and comments? I want to finish it. Does the Government House Leader wish to ask a question? Can we hold it until we just finish it so it's not interrupted? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Timmins James Bay for the work and dedications to our First Nations. We had previous speakers from the Liberal Party, and since you're talking history, I'd like to ask you a question regarding the Kelowna Accord. It's my understanding that once the Kelowna Accord was signed, and the next budget didn't have any funding in it at all to back up those promises that were made. That's the first question. My second one is the member and I in the winter met with Chief Teresa Spence, and we talked to her about the nation-to-nation view of discussions and respect and the importance of that. I'd like to have him speak to both issues, if you would.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay. You only have about a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what we need to say is that our fundamental relationship in this country remains that relationship that goes back to the original agreement of 1763, that our agreement to build a relationship together with First Nations, it's been a broken relationship. It needs to be repaired. And there's been numerous promises made, whether it was numerous treaties that were not implemented or where people had their land stolen, or the Kelowna Accord that came at the 11th hour and 59th minute of the Liberal government with no money on the table to actually make change. Unfortunately, this has left a sour taste in the mouth of people and a suspicion, and a rightful suspicion, and we see that in Attawapiskat, where the people are still living on a postage stamp-sized reserve without access to their resources, where their young people don't even have a school. We need to do better, and it's upon all of us. This is a historic problem, but this is the time to change it today. All members of the House of Commons have that ability, and we need to come together and do the right thing.
It being 1:15 p.m., pursuant to order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion are deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, April 23, 2013, at the expiry of the time provided for government orders. The Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to make a brief statement respecting business of the House for the next week. As I said at the start of the question period, leadership requires decisive and serious action in response to the serious threats of terrorism. To give this House an opportunity to express, members of this House an opportunity to express their view on the appropriate way to respond to terrorist violence, on Monday and Tuesday the House will debate Bill S7, the Combating Terrorism Act. This bill is at its final stage in Parliament, and I call upon all members of this place to pass this bill. We don't need further study, we need action. As a result, the original government business that was scheduled for those days will be rescheduled to a later date.
Thank you. Pursuant to order made earlier today, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Order.
Private members' business, consideration of a motion M230 on anaphylaxis, standing in the name of Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison, seconded by Mr. Van Kesteren, moves that in the opinion of the House, anaphylaxis is a serious concern for an increasing number of Canadians, and the government should take the appropriate measures necessary to ensure these Canadians are able to maintain a high quality of life. Debate. The honourable member for Niagara West, Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is certainly my pleasure to stand before the House today to discuss my motion M230. The motion M230 reads that in the opinion of the House, anaphylaxis is a serious concern for the increasing number of Canadians, and the government should take the appropriate measures necessary to ensure these Canadians are able to maintain a high quality of life. And if I could just go over sort of the background how we got here. I raised this issue in the previous Parliament, and as a result of an election, it didn't get a chance to make it all the way through. And so what I want to do today is talk a bit about what this is, what is anaphylaxis, what are some of the challenges that people have to deal with, and then talk about what is being done by our government and what we can do to help address this issue. And I am grateful for the number of people that have helped me understand this issue in great detail. I think it's important to explain to all Canadians exactly what that is. Anaphylaxis is a severe medical condition and a serious public health issue. Unfortunately, there are no cures for anaphylaxis or food allergies in general, at least not yet. The only way to prevent an anaphylactic reaction is to avoid the allergen causing it. The best way to diminish the likelihood of a reaction is through greater public awareness of the condition and its triggers. Anaphylactic reactions are caused by a negative response to an allergen. Allergens can be in the form of medications, insect bites, latex, certain foods. In fact, there are over 200 recognized allergens. The top 10 food allergens are eggs, seafood, milk, tree nuts, sesame, sulfites, wheat, mustard, soy, peanuts, and other cereal grains containing gluten. Adults are more prone to reactions from medications, insect bites and stings, while foods are the most common allergic trigger in children and in young people. There are many symptoms that can occur as a result of anaphylactic reaction. They generally happen within minutes of coming into contact with the allergen, although a reaction could also occur several hours after exposure. There are 5 areas where symptoms present themselves: the skin, the respiratory system, the gastrointestinal system, the cardiovascular system, and mood. When symptoms present themselves, usually 2 or more parts of the body are affected. Symptoms present themselves on the skin 80 to 90% of the time, while the respiratory system is affected in 70% of cases. The gastrointestinal system is affected in 30 to 45% of cases, while the cardiovascular system is affected 10 to 45% of the time. In addition, the central nervous system is affected in 10 to 15% of anaphylactic reactions. Victims of anaphylactic can exhibit symptoms such as hives, itching, swelling, rash, coughing, wheezing, shortness of breath, hay fever symptoms, and chest pain. They can experience cramps and nausea, develop a weak pulse and lightheadedness, and even go into shock. Mood and behavior can also be affected, bringing on a feeling of anxiety and a sense of impending doom. The most serious symptoms are breathing difficulties and the drops in blood pressure, both of which could be life-threatening. The throat constricts, oxygen is not delivered to the brain, and one could experience a panic attack and actually go into shock. While these signs or symptoms arise, patients must immediately receive medical attention, specifically a dose of epinephrine. Those with serious allergy carry an epinephrine auto-injector or an EpiPen or twin inject to prevent an anaphylactic reaction when exposed to the allergen. If left untreated, one could fall unconscious and possibly die. Clearly, anaphylaxis is a serious and dangerous medical condition. It is estimated that 2.5 million Canadians live with anaphylactics, and this number continues to rise every year. It is projected that 3,500 Canadians experience anaphylactic shock each year from eating the wrong foods. Of those 3,500, about a dozen die. 1 in 2 Canadians know someone with a serious food allergy. Alarming, they are the most prevalent in young children, specifically those under the age of 3. Close to 6% of children below the age of 3 and 300,000 youths under the age of 18 are affected by general food allergies. Disturbingly, the frequency of food allergies has increased by 350% from 1996 to 2002. The prevalence of peanut and nut allergies has increased by over 250% over that time, and it should be noted that the majority of those allergic are under the age of 30, with the excess of those being born under in 1992. As such, it is no surprise that more than 40% of Canadians examine the ingredient information on food labels either for themselves or for someone living with anaphylaxis. The most recognized allergy is the one to peanuts. Peanuts and tree nuts are responsible for the majority of fatal anaphylactic reactions. A study examining 13 fatal and near-fatal causes in children concluded that 10 out of the 13 incidences occurred as a result of reactions to peanuts or nuts. Even with the greater vigilance, someone with the peanut allergy or nut allergy will have an accidental episode every 3 to 5 years. Accidental exposures occur as a result of not being able to see the residue of the food allergen and can be left on the appliance with a piece of the furniture. Airborne proteins can also cause serious issues as they can induce an asthmatic attack. These statistics emphasize the magnitude of the anaphylaxis and the importance of bringing it to national attention. Many Canadians, including numerous families from my constituency, face a frequent and frightening threat of an anaphylactic reaction. Liam and Lucas, 2 young children from my riding, both live with a peanut and tree nut allergy. Liam has had 3 serious allergic reactions, one of which required immediate emergency medical assistance as he was transported to the hospital by an ambulance, and thankfully he was okay. Similarly, Lucas has to avoid many areas and events where he could come in contact with allergens which affect him. So he avoids social gatherings, sporting events, and traveling on airplanes as the risk is just too great. David, another young man from my riding, lives with a serious latex allergy. He has experienced several reactions while undergoing an operation. His condition was stabilized by the medical staff, but not by the terrifying family. This goes to show you that even in Canada, with our most health-conscious environments, anaphylaxis demands more awareness and attention. Another young man, also named Lucas, lives with a life-threatening dairy allergy. Lucas also has a serious heart condition, but the risk of anaphylactic reaction, which worries his mother most. Families dealing with anaphylaxis try to vet through everything that comes into their household. However, those who live with anaphylaxis are most at risk outside of the house, where one has little or no control over their surroundings. Parents try to teach their children the risk of the conditions so that children can safely interact with friends and teachers. Traveling by airplanes is perhaps the best example of a high-risk environment where peanuts and mixed nuts are common snack foods. With airplanes being so enclosed, the risk of having an allergic reaction to a nearby allergen, residue, or airborne protein is very high. Air travel is unnerving for those living with anaphylaxis, as flying at 35,000 feet up in the air leaves them highly vulnerable and far from medical faculties. I've heard from many people struggling with anaphylaxis. I've also heard and had many discussions with members of the Canadian Anaphylaxis Initiative, or CAI, and Niagara Anaphylaxis Support and Knowledge, or NASC. These 2 groups do great work spreading awareness of anaphylaxis. They improve the lives of Canadians living with the condition by promoting anaphylactic safe environments, as well as educating governments, organizations, and business to do the same. CAI and NASC and those who live with anaphylaxis recognize total elimination of various allergens as an unrealistic goal. Instead, their objective is to reduce accidental exposure to allergens as much as possible. The ideal way to achieve this goal is to increase the awareness about the condition. That is what Motion M230 seeks to do. With more awareness, Canadians will become familiar with the risk of anaphylaxis and will hopefully take precautions to limit accidental exposure for those who may be vulnerable. This, in turn, will create a safer environment for everyone. There should be supportive and alert community that ensures preventative measures are taken to avoid anaphylactic reactions. It is important to mention that preliminary steps have been taken to spread awareness of anaphylaxis and to recognize its severity. Individuals, companies, and governments have acted appropriately in this regard. For instance, in 2005, the passing of Sabrina's Law by the Ontario government was a good step forward. In 2003, grade 9 student Sabrina Shannon experienced an anaphylactic reaction to a dairy protein and tragically passed away. Her death led to an important piece of legislation, the very first kind of it in the world. It guarantees that all Ontario school boards have policies and procedures in place to respond to the threat posed by anaphylaxis. Some of these policies are comprised of education and training for staff to administer treatment to students who suffer an anaphylactic reaction. The result of this new law is increased protection of the thousands of children who were at risk before its implementation. In the private sector, the Toronto Blue Jays offer a peanut control zone for three of their home games in the previous season. These zones ensured that fans at risk of a serious anaphylactic reaction were given a safer place to enjoy the game. Similarly to the Blue Jays organization, there are several practical steps ordinary people could take to prevent anaphylactic reactions. People could find out if friends, neighbours, or co-worker are anaphylactic. If hosting an event which includes a guest with a severe allergy, the host could look up recipes that do not contain products that would relate to the allergen. Furthermore, one could thoroughly clean food preparation surfaces before cooking to ensure no potential allergen residue is present. It is my hope that we will see more individuals, organizations, and businesses take similar precautions in the future. It must be mentioned that this government has recognized the importance of addressing anaphylaxis and has acted on previous recommendations by providing funding to the allergy research. In March of 2012, my colleague, the Honourable Minister of State for Science and Technology, announced $36.5 million to support Allergen, Allergy, Genes and Environment network of centres of excellence for the next 7 years. Allergen does important work in researching allergies and reduces the risk of anaphylaxis. Also, in August of 2012, new regulations came into effect which enhance the labeling of food priority allergens on prepackaged retail foods. These regulations will help consumers distinguish which foods are safe and which products they should avoid. Finally, I want to draw to attention to this government's decision to designate May as National Anaphylaxis Month. It is evident that progress has been made in addressing anaphylaxis. However, like other public health concerns in Canadian communities, more can be done. More awareness of this serious medical condition is needed on a nationwide level. That is why I urge the House to approve my motion and launch anaphylaxis onto the national stage. The motion, which will promote greater awareness, and since there is no cure for the anaphylaxis, awareness is the best way to mitigate the risk. By adopting this motion, the Canadian government will be taking another step forward to ensuring that Canadians living with anaphylaxis are able to maintain a higher quality of life. I am certain my colleague from St. Catharines shares my feelings on this issue. He first introduced the motion in the 39th Parliament, but unfortunately the motion expired when an election was called back in 2008. I would also like to thank him for starting the process and for his continued support to see anaphylaxis recognized as a serious concern. I would also like to thank all the members of the community who continue to support and see anaphylaxis recognized as a serious concern. I would like to thank all the members of my community and from those across Canada who have helped bring this important issue forward. A special thank you goes to Mindy Ferkel, Cindy Paskey, Chris George, and Debbie Bruce for their tremendous help. Now, I realize there's many others as well, but these are individuals that I've had the pleasure and the opportunity to work with on this issue on an ongoing basis, and I appreciate their tremendous help for that. Their dedication to anaphylaxis awareness is inspiring, and their support for this motion from day one is greatly appreciated. I would also like to thank my colleagues in the House and from all parties for their kind words and support. With so much encouragement for so many people, I am determined to see this motion passed. We must recognize the seriousness of anaphylaxis at the federal level as a critical problem affecting too many Canadians. This motion aims to make their lives easier and would contribute to much-deserved peace of mind. When voting for this motion, I ask you to consider the story of Liam, Lucas, and David, as well as the 2.5 million Canadians who live every day at risk of an anaphylactic reaction. With this motion, we will send a clear message to all those who live with this condition that the Canadian government and the Canadian people recognize their struggles and that we are taking action to improve their lives. I look forward to seeing this motion receive the support of all parties in the House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the member for Niagara West Glanbrook for having brought this subject forward for debate in the House. I know that there are many Canadians who suffer from anaphylaxis in Canada and who suffer stress as a result. However, I also know that it is not the first time the member has brought this motion forward in the House to be voted upon, to be put to a vote. So my question for the member, Mr. Speaker, is the motion still necessary, whereas the government has been in power since 2006? Wouldn't the member have liked its government to pay more attention to this topic earlier?
For West Glanbrook.
I really didn't think an issue like this would get politicized. That's always an interesting comment on something like this, but some people can't help themselves, I guess. You know, I guess this issue has been brought forward a couple of times. It hasn't made its way through the House. My concern is about awareness, and I don't think our jobs as members of Parliament will ever be completed when it comes to levels of awareness that we bring forward for certain issues. As I mentioned, my colleague from St. Catharines brought it forward. The House, we had an election. I also brought it forward in a previous Parliament. We had an election. This is anaphylaxis, I believe, is an issue we'll continue to need to talk about as we move forward over time, whether it's other additional monies for research, whether it's coordinating strategies for education. There's a number of things that we can do and need to move forward on that, and we'll continue to push this issue, and we continue every chance we get to talk about it and raise this concern. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his hard work on this important file from Niagara and Glanbrook. I'm very proud to lend my support to this important motion, and I think it's very important to many Canadians, and I want to congratulate him for his hard work on this file, and I know that it's long overdue. So I want to ask the member the question, how important is plain language on allergens on food products, and if you can elaborate on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Niagara West Glanbrook.
And I too want to thank the Minister of Health for the leadership that she's taken on labeling, on research dollars, etc. I think that that's one of the challenges we have. You know, when you have a label that says "may contain," that's not very reassuring for those that are trying to drill down to exactly what is in the product. And so, under the leadership of this minister and this government, we've certainly moved in that direction to make labeling more concise, more clear to understand. You know, I think the challenge that we sometimes forget with people that suffer from these allergens or these allergic reactions is that they're never sure when they go to a product off the shelf if it may contain small amounts. And I think that's why labeling is so important, and education is important, whether it's additional education, research, etc., that those individuals have that choice so they can actually make a choice as to whether they want that product or they need to avoid that product. So once again, I thank the Minister of Health for her leadership in the labeling issue on this particular file.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to really thank my colleague from Niagara West Glanbrook and also the member from St. Catharines. I think many of us in the House here have actually had experiences where friends or loved ones have actually died because of allergic reactions. I had a good friend of mine in university attending a wedding, and she had a piece of the cake which had peanut oil in it. Nobody knew, and nobody was aware of the situation. And my colleague brings up the importance of May being National Anaphylaxis Month and raising awareness. Because we can't have labels and we can't have some information out, but unless people are aware of what the dangers of this condition is. I was wondering if you could take a few moments and comment about his initiative to raise awareness and how important it is.
The honourable member for Niagara West Glanbrook, you only have about 25 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think it's fair to say that unless you've had to live with this as a constant reminder, you have no understanding about how dangerous the potential that is. And I think that everything we can do as a government and as businesses and individuals to let people know. There's still a lot of people that have never heard of anaphylactic shock, and I think that's key. And so I think it is a multi-pronged approach. We'll look at education, we'll look at research, and we'll figure out a way to continue to raise this issue so that people have the tools they need.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today to speak to this motion on anaphylaxis. Anaphylaxis is a severe allergic reaction with rapid onset and can be fatal. It typically involves a number of signs and symptoms affecting one or more systems of the body. It can be caused by food, drugs, insect bites, contact with latex, or even after an exercise session. Food is the most common cause. 8 foods, in fact, are responsible for 93% of cases of anaphylaxis among children, and they are very common foods that are found in processed foods. For example, eggs, peanuts, milk, soy, nuts, fish, shellfish, and wheat. Anaphylactic shock can occur with no warning. All the person has to do is come into direct or indirect contact with an allergen. Furthermore, sometimes the reaction does not occur after the first contact with the substance, but only after the second or third contact. I have spoken with many people from my riding who are affected by this problem. I am certainly not the only person here in this House, because 50% of Canadians know at least one person who suffers from food allergies. Living with the risk of anaphylactic shock, or worse yet, living with a child who is at a risk of anaphylaxis, is a constant concern. Many parents have told me that they have had trouble finding daycare services for their children because of the risk involved. In the cases of people in my constituency, this means that many of them have had to resort to private sector daycare that is non-subsidized, and therefore they must pay more than $7 per day. These same people must often prepare dishes from scratch because they want to ensure that the food will not affect their children's health or their own simply by indulging in a very common gesture, which is that of eating. The new food labeling rules put in place in August 2012 were received very positively, Mr. Speaker. Finally, people can find out very quickly what they are buying actually contains. The labels now clearly set out the content in simple language. There are no longer dozens of terms such as CAMET that appear in the ingredient list. Now labels must indicate wheat, and that is the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker. However, the fact remains that for people at risk, anaphylaxis is a sort of Damocles hanging over their head. Anything on the label that says may contain is not regulated, and therefore it is added by numerous manufacturers as a preventive measure. Rules and procedures in the case of anaphylactic shock also vary from province to province and even often from institution to institution. Many provinces have already adopted rules or legislation to ensure the safety of allergic children. In Ontario, for example, there is Sabrina's Law that obliges all school boards in the province and all daycares to respect certain standards with regard to training personnel and the implementation of emergency procedures. Sabrina's Law seems to be a model worth following because many groups in Quebec have mentioned that they are currently working on a similar piece of legislation in Quebec, which would be called Megan's Law. Other provinces have already taken action in this issue as well, including Manitoba and British Columbia. The motion before us needs no further explanation. Yes, it is true that anaphylaxis is a growing problem, and according to the Network of Allergies, Genes, and Environment, the real scope and the number of people affected are likely underestimated at the current time. It is also true that measures must be taken in order to ensure that these people have a good quality of life.
But I'm somewhat disappointed in that the motion doesn't contain any specific measures. The member for Niagara West, Glanbrook, gave some suggestions in his remarks, and I thank him for that. Groups and associations we spoke to support this motion first and foremost because the debate will make it possible to raise public awareness about anaphylaxis, and that is an important issue. It's the case of Anaphylaxis Canada, and I don't deny that. However, I do have some suggestions to make, Mr. Speaker. The motion talks about measures that are required, and I'd like to address those. The first is that Canada has drug coverage for medication. An EpiPen is essential for anyone who is at risk of anaphylactic shock. If it's not used, it needs to be changed every year. But the EpiPen is not free, nor is it covered by all insurance companies. It costs over $100, so that means that families that are affected by the economic downturn and who are often members of the middle class who are being hard hit by the Conservative budget have to take at least $100 out of their pockets each year for medication that could save their lives, and that's a problem. Many families cannot afford that, but they must nonetheless spend that amount. If we had universal coverage for those EpiPens and that kind of medication, we would resolve the problem. The other aspect is that we need to improve accessibility to our healthcare system and to frontline services. Early diagnosis would make it possible to prevent violent reactions. But since thousands of Canadians, including many thousands in my riding of Saint-Bruno and Saint-Hubert, don't have access to a family physician, that work cannot be done. The same is true with emergency services, Mr. Speaker. In the event of an anaphylactic reaction, each minute and every second counts. Despite the deficiencies in our healthcare system, the government has decided to withdraw from health instead of negotiating with the provinces and territories in order to look at how it would be possible to provide medical coverage. The government has simply decided to unilaterally impose a funding formula on the provinces, on the territories, which will, in addition to deprive them of $36 billion in federal health care transfers with respect to promises made by the Conservatives. Mr. Speaker, anaphylaxis is a very serious public health issue, and I would like to thank the member for Niagara West, Glanbrook, for having presented this topic for debate. I hope that the debate will result in a situation where families with one member facing anaphylactic issues will concretely receive assistance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is the débat. The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, this bill speaks to the issue of anaphylaxis, and as everyone knows, anaphylaxis is a very serious issue. It is a serious allergic reaction. It can actually present itself in many different ways, but it can have very rapid onset sometimes, and it can result in death. So it is serious. And what happens with anaphylaxis is that the immune system rejects the allergen as something not to be tolerated and reacts in every way with all of the systems within the body. It's a serious health issue affecting millions of Canadians. I think right now there are about 1 in 13 Canadians, or 2.5 million Canadians, who are affected by anaphylaxis or by life-threatening allergies. But what is most disconcerting is that there are an increasing number of children affected as well. About 6% of children are affected by anaphylaxis, and this number seems to be increasing. Now, anaphylaxis has no cure. And avoidance, of course, understanding the issue, learning how to act promptly, these are important things for people to know. And really, preventative measures such as this and early action are the only things that you can do. Even a small, tiny, hidden trace or amount of an allergen can trigger the attack if that person is allergic to that particular thing. Food, of course, is one of the most common ways in which people can get an anaphylactic reaction. But things that are obviously almost known as injections, like insect bites, etc., can cause the same reaction and can act quicker and can prompt anaphylactic shock sooner. Medicines, certain types of material that come in contact with the skin, and exercise can also cause an anaphylactic reaction. Avoiding allergic reactions, of course, can be achieved through something most important, which is effective labeling. As we heard from my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary to Health, he had a friend who had this tiny trace of peanut oil in the cake and had this severe anaphylactic shock as a result of it. So being aware of it, but labeling, sometimes you buy foods in the shop and there are trace ingredients. And even though the ingredient is not listed, the point is when that product is being processed, it could have been that there was cross-contamination with a product before that had the allergen in it. And the most common cause, of course, is peanuts and peanut oil. So labeling is key. Taking precautionary measures when preparing food, washing one's hands, even in the home, between handling one product and handling of another can cause that cross-transference, which, as we know, is a major problem. The things that people need to understand, too, are awareness of the early signs and symptoms. And this can take many forms. It can start with a skin reaction, hives, which can then balloon off, and you can see people getting the itchiness and the swelling in the skin and the redness in the skin. You can also get respiratory problems, tightening of the chest, and inability to breathe, triggering asthmatic attacks in people who are similarly prone, etc. Those are some of the signs. But the most important one is the cardiovascular one, which obviously creates a thready pulse, pallor, a rapid heart rate, and of course this precludes anaphylactic shock. So these are important things for people to know. There's sometimes in some people none of those things, but a feeling of anxiety, a feeling of impending doom, a sort of a feeling of something going on in their body and they don't know why, and panic results as a result of it. So many forms of anaphylaxis, and the public need to know what those are. And if they can raise those awareness, and when the symptoms and signs come very, very early, the public can then take whatever medication they have, whether it is an oral one that can act quickly if they have a slow anaphylaxis, or whether they need an EpiPen. But all of these public need to know through education. But again, ensuring that labeling is easy to read and easily understood by the public is a big part. So that knowing that anaphylaxis is important, which is what this particular bill tells us, isn't the only thing. We need a coordinated approach and an action plan from government. Just being aware and saying that this House is aware and the government should take action, for me, is a particularly vague thing. Obviously, we're supporting the motion. Not supporting the motion would be ridiculous. So we're supporting it because it's important. But what I would have liked to see in this particular bill is that sense that there is a plan of action that's going to follow, and specifically asking the government Not saying they should, but asking them to do so because of the urgent nature and the ability of this particular problem to cause death. And so I think we need to look at the whole issue of public health and safety. This comes under the aegis of public health and safety. This comes under the aegis of many of the ways in which we deal with public health and safety, which is public awareness, public education, teaching and identifying root causes. And a big piece of that is research. There needs to be money to be put into research to find out what are the allergens that we can not only prevent from being in foods or avoid, but what we can do if someone accidentally ingests it, that there may be some way of looking for a cure. So I think that that is important to identify the root causes. But one of the things that concerns me just a little bit is that this is a series of motions and bills that come across the way from the government side, which are all nice and very Pollyanna and very motherhood. It makes a statement and asks the House to agree with the statement. I would like to see some bills that come across here that, knowing the seriousness of the things that members ask us to support, that then there is an action plan put forward that must put the government's feet to the fire to make sure that things are actually done. Knowing, Mr. Speaker, is not enough. You have to now do. And I would prefer to see some teeth in some of these particular types of bills. Organizations like the Canadian Anaphylaxis Initiative and Anaphylaxis Canada obviously support this bill, as do we. But what we would like to see is a greater commitment from the government that action will be taken, and it would have been nice if this bill had that demand for action from the government. I can tell you what the Canadian Anaphylaxis Initiative would have liked to see in this bill. They would like to see federal government coordinating programs and services dealing with anaphylaxis and to bring about food allergy information in that. They would like to see coordinated awareness campaigns, especially with regard to children and baby food and what is in baby food and how baby food is labeled and how baby food is processed in the industry and whether there is cross-contamination in baby food, because the thing about very small children is that they cannot, in many instances, withstand anaphylaxis in the way that many adults can. And this could be an abrupt and sudden cessation of life in small children. So that would come in hand, they are suggesting, with a commitment to research and a commitment to clear and easily readable food labeling and important transportation safeguards for airlines and for public transportation, that they have a kit there on board, ready to put out an EpiPen or to be able to move very rapidly, because people can die very quickly. So that I think there is a need to have, when you're on a plane, there's no way you can get off and run off to an emergency room. So there needs to be an attention in kits within airplanes and other places that transport people to have this kind of, and in public areas to have a kit that deals with anaphylaxis. Anaphylaxis Canada has advocated for stricter regulations on food labelling, and I must say, Mr. Speaker, I'm quite sad to say that this government and this Minister of Health have been very loath, seem to be reluctant to do anything about labelling or addressing industry or bringing down levels of certain things within industry like sodium and like trans fats and dealing with things that are dangerous. So I think there needs to be a move in this government and an intent in this government, the political will of this government, to protect and safeguard Canadians by actually dealing with industry, and if industry does not want to do this on their own volition, giving them an opportunity to do so is fine, but give them a period of time, and after that, legislate and regulate. I think these are important things because no one can stand by and watch people die and be subject to illness because of a reluctance to tamper with industry. Many industries won't do it on its own. And we know, for instance, if you look at the issue of salt, that we had Campbell's Foods that decreased the amount of salt. Nobody else did, and so they went back and put up the salt. So, you know, these are some of the things that we need to think about. We support this motion, but there has to be action and a true commitment by this government to protect Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Resuming debate, that it please the débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the purpose of motions and the purpose of being here at this time on a Friday is the opportunity for us to discuss and move forward not legislation, concepts, ideas that need to be turned into whether it be government legislation or whether it be concepts. So I find it interesting that the member from Vancouver would actually use this time to accuse the government of not taking action when the individual who actually moved this motion is a member of the government and on this side of the House. So, so much for trying to work together, Mr. Speaker, because I don't think this issue actually crosses any type of partisan lines whatsoever. I think this is an issue that all Canadians are interested in particular the over 2 million Canadians that are impacted by this, by anaphylaxis. I am pleased today, Mr. Speaker, to take this opportunity to speak about motion M230, tabled by our colleague, the member for Niagara West Glanbrook. This motion states that anaphylaxis is a serious concern for an increasing number of Canadians and calls for the government to take appropriate measures to ensure these Canadians are able to maintain a high quality of life. Mr. Speaker, when allergens come in contact with the skin, are inhaled into the lungs, are swallowed, or are injected, a person can develop allergic symptoms almost immediately, and these symptoms can develop quickly. Within minutes, a mild allergic reaction can potentially progress to a severe one. Anaphylaxis is the most serious type of allergic reaction. Mild allergic symptoms may include itchy skin or watery eyes. However, the most dangerous of symptoms can include trouble breathing, a drop in blood pressure, causing dizziness, lightheadedness, feeling faint or weak, or losing consciousness. In the most severe cases, these symptoms can be life-threatening. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of research studies which suggest that the number of people who live with allergies is increasing, and many of those living with the most severe allergies are our youth and our children. However, the impact of allergies, especially anaphylaxis, is on not only Canadian individuals, but on Canadian society as a whole remains largely unknown. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada is committed to protecting the health and safety of Canadians living with allergies. There has been significant scientific progress made in this area, but there is still a great deal more to learn about allergens, anaphylaxis, and allergies. This is why the government has invested in a broad range of research studies that are not only helping us to better understand the prevalence and impacts of food allergies in Canada, but are also serving to inform policies and regulations which will help to minimize health risks caused by severe allergic reactions. The Government of Canada is supporting research in the area of anaphylaxis and food allergies through the Canadian Institutes of Health Research. Since its inception in the year 2000, CIHR has funded a number of projects to better understand the fundamental causes of different allergies, such as food allergies, which in turn can cause anaphylaxis. These investments are also contributing to developing new treatments, therapeutics, and guidelines for better prevention and treatment. For example, the CIHR is funding the Allergy, Genes, and Environment Network Centre of Excellence, which brings together more than 170 researchers and 200 partners from the industry, the public service, and academia. The network aims at catalyzing and supporting the work necessary to reduce the burden of allergy, asthma, and anaphylaxis. We're investing more than $60 million in this work between our coming to government in 2006, Mr. Speaker, and the year 2019. Health Canada is also supporting a variety of research projects in the field of food allergies. These projects are of critical importance to help fill the knowledge gaps and to support policy development. Between the years 2007 and 2009, the surveying Canadians to assess the prevalence of common food allergies and attitudes towards food labeling and risk study was undertaken, and it was the first nationwide Canadian examination of the prevalence of common food allergies. It was carried out under the leadership of some of Canada's top academics and supported by the Allergy, Genes, and Environment Network, funded through the Federal Networks of Centres of Excellence program, which I just mentioned. The Allergy, Genes, and Environment Network, also called Allergen, NCE Inc., worked in partnership on this study with Health Canada, McMaster University's Institute of Environment and Health, McGill's Health Centre, Montreal's Children's Hospital, Anaphylaxis Canada, and the Allergy Asthma Information Association. This important research provided a better estimate of the prevalence of common food allergies in Canada, which, as I mentioned earlier, is approximately 2.5 million Canadians. The study also found that over 15 million Canadians, or 50.6%, reported being either directly or indirectly affected by food allergies. And over 6 million Canadians reported having someone in their household who is allergic to food. Further, this study has provided a better understanding of the attitudes and behaviours of those living with these medical conditions, including the attitudes of the general public towards food allergies and the effectiveness of food labelling that alerts consumers in the presence of allergens in the products. The findings of this study have been key to informing the government's position on food allergen labelling and the development of the new food allergen labelling regulations, which were brought into force last year. Further, the information gathered from this study is of great value to both the government and stakeholders in the development of policy, health, and educational resources. It's needed to support the prevention and to help the diagnosis and management of food allergies in Canada. As a follow-up to this study, the Government of Canada supported the surveying prevalence of food allergy in all Canadian environments. This comprehensive study, which took place between the years 2009 and 2011, included the development of a full picture of the health, social, and economic impacts of food allergies in our country. It examined the prevalence of food allergies in vulnerable populations across Canada, including among people of lower socioeconomic status, New Canadians, and First Nations and Inuit populations. The study also explored the role of contributing factors, such as environmental influences, as they related to the potential cause of food allergies. Building upon these findings of these two studies, the Cross-Canada Anaphylaxis Registry, or CCARE, is a study which is currently underway now, Mr. Speaker. We'll develop a registry of anaphylaxis cases throughout our country. Preliminary work as part of this registry revealed that among young children visiting emergency departments, the rate of anaphylaxis diagnosed is comparable to that found in studies conducted in the U.S., and that food is the main trigger. Overall, the objective of the study is to contribute to reducing the incidence of anaphylaxis, which will help minimize the burdens of anaphylaxis, including associated health care costs. Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend the member for Niagara West Glanbrook for his efforts to bring this important issue forward, and I recommend that my colleagues from all parties support Motion 230. Our government acknowledges that anaphylaxis is a serious health concern to Canadians living with allergies. The government has put in place a range of measures necessary to help Canadians who live with allergies maintain a high quality of life. Mr. Speaker, Motion 230 reflects the concerns of Canadians affected by life-threatening allergies. Supporting this motion reaffirms our commitment to protecting the health and safety of Canadians with serious allergies. Mr. Speaker, if I could conclude, the fact is, whether it be the community of Niagara West Glanbrook, the city of St. Catharines, or anywhere in our country, we have those that are impacted by this allergy. We need to take action in terms of moving this forward. And I want to commend my colleague from Niagara West Glanbrook, who has been persistent with this motion. He had it up in the last Parliament. He had it up again here today, Mr. Speaker, and we're actually seeing this motion move forward. Moving forward means concrete action, and that's what the member's intention has always been. I would also like to thank a good friend of mine, a fellow by the name of Chris George, whose son is impacted by anaphylaxis. And he, in fact, pulled me into this. At first, I wasn't sure, Mr. Speaker, how far or how significant this issue was in our country. He convinced me with the ability to show the impact across the country, the impact that it shows in each one of our communities. And I say to him today, and to his son and to his family, this is our step forward in terms of making sure that regardless of how difficult it is, we are taking action, and we continue to act on behalf of those who are impacted by this allergy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm very honoured to be able to speak today on Motion M230, which is asking the government to take the appropriate measures needed to ensure that Canadians suffering from anaphylaxis can maintain a high quality of life. This medical condition affects nearly 500,000 Canadians. In fact, approximately 50% of Canadians know someone who suffers from at least one food allergy, which allows us then to say that this problem affects a vast majority of the population. There is treatment to deal with this medical emergency affecting many Canadians and their families, and we know the factors that cause it. However, the efforts to date by the federal government, while highly commendable, Mr. Speaker, are not sufficient. Clearly, the NDP supports this motion, but I have some reservations about the scope, and I would also criticize the lack of specific measures.
That anaphylaxis is a serious allergic reaction of rapid onset and can be fatal. It typically involves a number of signs and symptoms affecting one or more systems of the body. The most common cause is food. In fact, very common foods, widely used in processed products, account for 93% of anaphylaxis cases in children. And that's why we're going to see that proper labeling is one of the most important actions to take. I would like to draw your attention to the following needs. The need to raise awareness among Canadians at risk or not, especially parents whose children might experience anaphylactic shock. Also, the need to improve primary care, community care, access to medication insurance, education, literacy, and the need to review the exemption provided to brewers under the new labelling regulations. Malheureusement,
unfortunately, the current government has prioritized reckless budget cuts and slashed $36 billion in health care transfers to the provinces. We're talking here about a significant amount of money, and the cuts have terrible consequences on Canadian families. What we consistently see with this Conservative government is its desire to try to achieve a balanced budget on the backs of the provinces. In reform after reform, the provincial governments are drowning under new expenditures caused by the federal government's constant withdrawal. Since it has been in power, the Conservative government has not been able for a single time to come out with a budget without a deficit. And when we talk about good governance, Mr. Speaker, it's already been done, and we've seen better. Instead of diving into negative economic experiments for the public, the government should base its decisions on the needs of Canadians, particularly when it comes to health care. Now, let's talk about the costs. The overall costs associated with anaphylaxis in Canada is set at approximately $15 billion, not just in health care, but also in lost productivity. So this is another measure that taxpayers must also pay out of pocket instead of granting useless tax credits to banks and subsidizing the oil companies. Could the government, from time to time, not instead also look at the needs of ordinary citizens who ask to pay their fair share and benefit from the services to which they're entitled? It is unfortunate to see that this government has a negative cultural or political culture on people, and we see that the treatment for people suffering from serious allergies and who suffer from the risk of anaphylactic shock is this is another unfortunate example. In this case, the government must admit that it prefers to look after the interests of industry than those of the workers, young people, and Canadian families who are affected by this troubling health problem. Now let's talk a little about labeling. The labeling of allergens in consumer products should be done without exception, but the Conservatives unfortunately decided to do it differently. Just as we see happened with regard to sodium reduction, the strategy on trans fats and energy drinks, the Conservatives are showing once again their clear bias for the business sector at the expense of consumer protection. Even if new regulations on labeling that have been in place since August 2012 were welcomed by the various stakeholders involved, some of the exceptions have been condemned. And I'm convinced that people living with the threat of anaphylactic shock and the parents of children who are affected have enough stress. They deserve better than being the victims of political gifts by the Conservatives. The organization Anaphylaxis Canada and my NDP colleagues have condemned the exception for brewers who are not required to indicate the presence of allergens in their products, as well as the exemption for cold cuts, pastry producers, and producers of other bulk products. The failures in this regulation weakens the strength of the motion to protect people at risk. We must not forget here that the most vulnerable individuals are young children. We must help parents at home and staff in the schools as well as in the daycares to reduce the exposure of children to potentially fatal allergens. So the most effective measures would be clear and specific identification. There are other measures that we can apply. First of all, we have to make people aware, be they at risk or not, and we have to ensure that preparation for action is essential. We must ensure that we improve primary care as well as community care, and above all, access to health care. People with allergies and who are at risk of anaphylactic shock must also always have upon them an EpiPen that can only be obtained upon prescription from a doctor and must be renewed on an annual basis. In our flawed medical system, what should be a formality can be, in fact, quite difficult. A EpiPen represents an annual cost of over $100, and many families don't have medical insurance and have to get a pen at the expense of making other sacrifices. A poll by Leger Marketing in 2012 told us that over half of Canadians dealing with anaphylaxis don't always have an EpiPen on hand or don't have rapid access to one. Furthermore, the results of the poll show that a majority of these people don't know how to correctly use the EpiPen. So instead of foolishly taxing hospital parking, the Conservative government should work instead to make Canadians have better access to the treatments they need. We see that there is a lot of progress that still needs to be achieved when it comes to the education and awareness of the greater public. The government must stop delegating this responsibility to industry and must play a role of a leader in the application of a cohesive strategy along with that corresponds to the requests made by agencies that help those affected. In terms of research, there much work remains to be done. We have to identify the pathogen, the triggers, and so forth. That is the things that we need to do in this file, Mr. Speaker. The federal government has the duty to encourage research, particularly through the Canada Health Research Institutes. But one of the most depressing elements of the budget tabled in March was a decrease of $36 million in the budget for those institutes, $33 million of which were grants. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would say that for all the reasons that I mentioned earlier, I will support the motion M230. The main reason is that I believe that we can improve the quality of the life of those affected by anaphylaxis. However, this motion will only be really effective if the government puts in place concrete measures to ensure that we move forward. I'm sure that the next government, and I'm sure it will be an NDP government, must address this issue in order to bring forward real solutions to this problem. Thank you.
Resuming debate, to reprise the débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. You'll have only about 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to have the opportunity today to speak about motion M230, which calls on this House to recognize anaphylaxis as a serious concern for an increasing number of Canadians. This motion was previously introduced by the member for Niagara West Glanbrook as M546 in the last Parliament and received unanimous support during the first hour of debate in March 2011, shortly before the last election call. Also, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the member from St. Catharines for his action and support in regards to this potentially life-threatening condition. Mr. Speaker, anaphylaxis is the most serious type of allergic reaction and can be life-threatening. When a person comes in contact with an allergen, symptoms may develop quickly. Within minutes, A mild reaction can become a severe one. The most dangerous symptoms include trouble breathing, a drop in blood pressure causing dizziness, lightheadedness, feeling faint or weak, or losing consciousness. Food is one of the most common allergens. It is estimated that more than 2 million Canadians suffer from food allergies. There is also evidence suggesting that the numbers are increasing, especially among young children. Allergic reactions can also be caused by other products, such as medications and latex, or environmental factors, such as insect stings, plants, and animals. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada is committed to safeguarding the health of Canadians living with allergies. Health Canada treats allergies to foods and health products as a priority and has put in place a broad range of initiatives and measures to reduce health risks associated with severe allergic reactions. These include regulatory measures for food and health product safety labeling, educational material and advisories for the public, and investments in research in the areas of anaphylaxis and food allergies. Let me address each of these in a bit more detail if I do have the time. Well, I'm out of time, Mr. Speaker.
You have used up the 2 minutes. I would advise the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary that we'll have 8 minutes when we resume debate on this motion. But the time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
It being 2:15 p.m., the House will adjourn until Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.